In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the semi-final action as we have got the 8th and the final session of the two of them. It is a one-table format and now it will come down to one of these men to finally win 6 frames. Whether it will be today, next week or next year, we'll have to get through this match. Hopefully, fingers crossed, without any more hour-long or 100 minutes long worth of frames. But joking aside, it does seem like a very interesting lineup because if you look at the way that both Yize and Watchalong have played, they hardly had anything to separate them in the third session, but now it all comes down to this. We are going to be 2 frames short, very much down to that 100 minutes long worthy of a frame in the second session that it's going to be now not 12 frames each as it could have been, but 11 frames each right now. So a potential 11 frame showdown. It should have been 9 frames per schedule, but once again, as we've seen with Mark Cullen against Mark Selby 2023, sometimes he can go out of schedule as well, and hoping that he will still finish very much before night. But I will put a disclaimer out that I do not guarantee that I'll be sat here until 1 in the morning watching and pretending that I'm really liking if the snooker like that is going to come in. But hopefully, and once again, joking aside, we've got a great lineup for 2 players, and hopefully they'll be able to deliver some great action ahead of us as well. For now, we're about to welcome the 2 main guys looking to try and make it down to the final showdown and face Shaun Murphy in the final, who has managed to beat John Higgins by 17 frames to 15, and certainly be down to a decent opportunity here to try and get one of them to be through to the last 2 showdown as well. Once again, thank you for everyone that has tuned in. This could be a long one, but once again, we're going to take it very, very seriously. And, I feel like Mark Cullen does have a little bit of an edge, because the closer he gets to the final, then the final couple of frames, of course, then that experience against Mark Selby, of course, in that very lengthy 2023 semi-final can still come into place. Because we've seen that Yize is usually unfazed, but at the same time, he had spells in this match where he sort of lost concentration a little bit, lost a frame, very important for him, and in the end basically got on to lose the whole thing when, a sequence of 5 frames that he's lost where, before that 14th frame, where he had put himself to be very much in a position of trying to get over the finish line in that 14th frame. In the end, in the third session, it was a little bit different because we did have Yize to be the one setting the pace earlier on, and every single time we've just seen Mark Cullen to recover every single time there as the top seeded of the 2 of those players, looking to try and get himself 250,000 worth of ranking points, and that will get him comfortably into the world number 7 spot. And Shaun Murphy certainly managed to move through the list, and now he's going to be the world number 5. Now we're going to see Yize to very much join him out there, because he's still looking to try and be above the likes of Mark Selby, above the likes of Karen Wilson. There is 130,000 worth of ranking points in between himself and Selby, but at the same time, that's exactly the amount that he's going to be getting for winning this match against Mark Cullen. Now, the players are about to enter the arena, and the showdown is about to begin as well. I still feel like the first couple of frames, it's going to be the edge to Yize, but when it comes down to the later part of the session, it'll be a bit of a different story. Direct to the point, please. Exactly. Good evening, Yize. Incredible player. What an entertainer. We'll see if he's going to entertain us for a potential 35 frames in the final. For now, we're going to get 11 frames worth of each of the players that they already managed to get, and now best of 11 here basically, and let's see which one of the players will be able to get themselves first to 6 here. He can just try and take it as a semi-final for the Masters for the UK or any other prestigious tournament this season, because now it all starts from the beginning, and it all starts very much from the top of the game for Yize. That's managed to start off with a decent break-off shot. A late one's a good call, 76ing, and we could be here until midnight or later. Once again, I hope not. And I genuinely do mean that, but we'll have to wait and see. Pot success, by the way. Let's bring a little bit of stats in. 90% for Yize, 91% for Mark Cullen. That seems to have played a bit of a safety shot straight away, making sure that that rate is not going to go too far up the table. Long pot success, meanwhile, 62% for Yize, 47% for Mark Cullen. So he's been very much known for his long pot accuracy there, Yize, especially in some nervous moments where he's missed that blue in the 9th frame. Cost him very dearly in the 10th frame, I should say. And at the end stage, he's still looking to try and improve on his rest spot success, being at 85%, over to Mark Cullen of 80 as well. And now we're going to have 142 as the highest break for Yize, and 145 for Mark Cullen. So 1,225 points worth for Yize and 1,237 for Mark Cullen. 327 balls spotted, 342 in favour, once again, of the man from Northern Ireland. Lovely one. Yes, there we go. The main man is in the chat. He have received plenty of happy birthday messages as well, so he should be the man happy today, hopefully. Enjoying his pizza out there as well. One shot Yize is making world class, then next shot he's missing easy red and giving 4 points away. Yeah, but the thing about Yize is that you mentioned a good point that he does give away foul points because sometimes he'll go for a shot which is difficult for you to make. Therefore, he's going to try and cut that red in, even if it's pretty much blind cut or invisible cut anyway. So it just doesn't see like, he's not going to be the man that sees the limit out there. He's going to try and go for the kill, which sometimes is going to be very much a problem of his own as well. Crucible highest break, by the way. Mark Cullen is leading Yize by 145 points and 142. And incredibly, those breaks, of course, having all been made in this match alone. Incredibly, 145, 142, and 140. There hasn't been a break in the top 5 which has been as high as this. 140 from Yize, 142 as well. Some 2 brilliant clearances from him, and 145 for Mark Cullen, the highest break of the Crucible to be achieved. And for now, the only thing so far that didn't manage to go over the finish line of the maximum of Chang Min-yu of 147 points. So now, just looking at the left side cushion here to see if that cue ball is going to keep on running towards those reds from the bottom of the table. Let's see if Mark Cullen is just going to try and carefully nudge it towards the right middle as well. I mean, it's surprising to see Mark Cullen to be the one that trying to give away, not to give away, I should say, the foul points here, but he will be the one that gives those foul points away here. And ultimately, forget about foul points, has he given a free ball away? That could be massive. Wow, it's a free ball straight away. Massive shot there that Mark Cullen has gone for. He hasn't managed to be allowing Yize to be seeing a red full ball, and now it will be very much down to a shot to be taken into the left middle of the brown. And it's a nice little opportunity this for Yize to try and get himself to be the man, trying to set the pace to the early doors of this frame. Black in the jaws, surrounded by all the reds near the left pocket. Was so funny and amazing. No, he wasn't. Once again, I'm all for jokes there, but it wasn't down to funny. That it was the longest frames that's ever happened in the Crucible. And one thing I will say, actually, you have to put a little bit of respect on, probably Mark Selby's face a lot more than Yang Mingtao, but ultimately, their frame was, at least you could see the point of it being played. Once again, it's all down to the referee. We should try and move over it, but at the same time, it will be spoken about for a couple of years now because of how ridiculous it was, about how the rule wasn't really stable enough to try and make good thing out of it. But for now, the black is about to be taken by Yize and trying to get himself once again very much back to what he was in the previous couple of frames, trying to get himself through to the black to be taken into the left corner. Has he played this one well enough? Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, to be fair, it seemed like he's managed to put enough distance there in between the cue ball and the red. So it should be fine to be taking this one into the left corner. Play the shot with plenty of power behind it as well. And just try and get that cue ball to keep on running towards the left side cushion. Make sure he's going to have a chance to be playing for the blue now. About to be taken into the right middle. And as he does that, he should have a decent opportunity of trying to take that blue into the right middle. And at the same time, get himself through to a chance of taking a shot like that with plenty of power behind it again. Just making sure he's going to have a good red to be taken into the left corner. For now, as he tried to hold that cue ball back towards the left side cushion. And he's played that pacey, but he's played that really, really well as well. A little bit of pace sometimes can be, messing around with you, trying to take those reds away into the corner. But for now, he certainly managed to take that nicely on towards the black. And now he's got 25 points of a lead on not Sean Murphy, Mark Cullen. I was gutted when Mark Cullen found the point of the black in the end. I wasn't. It's probably the happiest moment of that frame, if not of the entire match so far. But to be fair, the best moment was of the 142, 140, and 145 points breaks, because this is what you want to see, snooker. Sometimes it's nice to try and mix it with some safety battles, but as much as it doesn't go out of hand, which for me, in the frame number 14, it certainly did, out of hand to an extent. But now, Yize are just thinking about that high value break that he had, and he's still going for a potential break of 33 points here, which is a little bit weird because, of course, he had a free ball to get started with. So for now, even though, he sort of started out with a couple of blues that he's taken and the brown, for now he's still very much higher up than what he was in relation to the maximum here. So just because he's on a 148, and that's not a mistake. He's certainly trying to achieve the perfect result there for himself. And I missed and left the black there. And so I was the only one enjoying, well, I'm not sure, it may not be the only one, but you certainly weren't, joined by me by doing that. But I'm actually really fascinated to see what kind of a break this is going to be, because, there is maybe in the back of the corner of his mind, maybe a little bit, there is going to be a sign there trying to beat Mark Allen to that high value price, and high break of a price, I should say, even though it probably wouldn't count as a midnight maximum. Although, I mean, if he makes it exactly 147 points, I do wonder what they will have to say about that. And now just trying to go for that red into the right corner. Make sure that he's not going to be anywhere near the front jaw. And he's played that really, really well, about as close to the front jaw as he was possible, without compromising himself on the black by a single millimeter there as well. What can he try and do in relation to those reds to be taken? There is going to be a black which will disappear into the left corner, trying to make sure he's going to have that cue ball to be taken into the main pack of reds as well. And trying to get himself through and lined up on those reds to be taken. So plenty of power behind it. And now just trying to make sure he will be lining up on the red. Well, I'll tell you what, that wasn't really what he was trying to do there. But at the end, he should be lined up for the red into the left middle anyway. But yeah, just try to catch those ones a little bit on the side there, which is never a nice thing. You want to make sure you get that cue ball to be having a very firm hit there with those reds. But at the end, couldn't quite happen. But still, a red was taken nicely. And he's still trying to play for the black. Needs that cue ball to bounce. And he's to bounce away from the black ball cushion as well. But he will do that. So it's a difficult shot once again on the black. Well, he's managing to open up the angle quite awkwardly for him, because even though the cue ball is about as far away from the black as he can be, which technically is going to be a little bit more of a favour, the black is not going to be an easy shot for you to take on. And therefore, he needs to seriously try and consider going for a shot off the, off the right corner. So for now, on the break of 50 points here exactly, so the first 50 plus break is about to be made here. And of course, he will be down to Yize trying to make a decision, and he seems to have made it now. He's going to be down to the fourth session, so the shot that may have been taken on into the right corner in the previous session now will have to be refused, and it will certainly come down to a safety shot on the brown to be taken, and the cue will have to go all the way towards the ball cushion here. So once again, it's a little bit strange to be seeing that short selection from Yize, but probably the only right outcome at that stage, having that 50 points of a lead, and now just making sure Mark Allen won't be able to get anywhere near it in relation to the next chance, hopefully being available to Yize as well. For now, Allen is going to have that 35 points of a 9 of an average break, 46.3 for Yize so far, so he's just gone slightly above the average, massively boosted by those 3 gigantic century breaks, especially of the 2 140s made in the same match, in the same session as well. Looking to try and go for a thin cut on those reds, and trying to just... Wow, that's a horrible shot that from Yize. I don't know what he was thinking there. He was trying to get past the pink, and he has no idea how the cue ball has managed to cannon into the pink. Let's have a look again. Well, that was careless. That was very much out of character, and now it'll be a great chance for Allen to try and take that advantage to be disappearing very, very quickly. Whether he's going to be able to do that or not, we'll have to wait and see, but that was careless. Well, Mark Allen clear up. Well, it's difficult to say, because to me, well, if he's going to clear up to you, I wouldn't say it's going to be that straightforward. Of course, remember, the safety shot that Yize's played, he has managed to put the brown safe. Their miss on the pink certainly put the pink to be a little bit safer as well. And there are going to be a couple of reds to be next to the left side and the right side as well. But for now, take it down on the cue ball. Make sure he's going to be able to be top side of a blue and try and stay around the blue and the black here, with a couple of reds to be exactly in between those two colours. Sloppy shot, he certainly was. Just seemed like he was focused a little bit too much on where the reds are going to finish, and took the eye off the cue ball because of how surprised he was, of how surprised I was when I've seen the cue ball to hit the pink very much full on the side there. So now lines up for the black to be taken into the left corner. Allen will move the brown and win the frame. We could be the case, but for now, he's going to have to try and deal with the reds first. He finds himself to be 39 points behind and still trying to go for the red into the left corner. Didn't want to kiss on the red, but manages to survive and get away unscathed. Still looking to try and get himself back to be the player that has managed to score more points here. Once again, 11 frames each and only 20 points exactly to be separating in place. Once again, I mean, I don't know if he's doing that on purpose or is that just a tactical thing, but every single time he's throwing the cue to the air, you know, it felt like that's usually been designed for, you know, misplacing, miscuing, getting a kick or anything like that. You know, right now, it will be very much down to Mark Allen to be doing that on average. Or has he played this shot well? He hasn't played it well at all. And I tell you what, I told you, before he gets to the brown, he managed to get into the pink. And of course, he hasn't managed to deal with those reds first. And now he will be very much a break of 28 points. Tried to be very much top side of the blue again. Wasn't able to do that. And he will be very much down to Yize to take the next shot. As Ireland just thinking about the way that he wants to try and position that cue ball to be lined up. Both players bit nervous, yeah, but you would expect that probably in the start of the first session, of the fourth session, I should say. In the first round, I probably wouldn't even say it's nervy just yet because I feel like there's going to be genuine, you know, realization that you're going to have to try and perform. This is a bad shot for Allen, and I tell you what, he could not have played that safety any worse. If he tried to do that 3 times and again, well, that is difficult to replicate. Trying to cannon into the blue, full ball, and now leaving 3 reds available for Yize. A couple of them into the corner, but, you know, feel like the one which he's going to be looking at is going to be right on the pink spot, trying to take it into the left corner. Probably topspin here. Feel like the positional play is going to be more important than, you know, focusing on the red, because the red, as much as he shouldn't take it for granted, he should still take care of itself in relation to he can't be missing a red like that in the semi-final, and he hasn't. Well, I did say about the position. Is he going to be on the black? Ooh, that's not going to be on the black. So unfortunately, it's not quite at the stage, Yize, where he's going to put himself, so you just need a couple of reds to be taken. But he can put another colour safe. It's going to be entirely up to him on what he wants to do. Probably doesn't want to put the black safe. Well, that's what he's doing. Don't really understand the thinking behind that shot. I mean, if you're going to put the black safe, well, he hasn't put the black safe. What on earth is he doing there? I mean, he's managed to have 3 red flags there with a single shot that he's playing. And he's smiling about it. That's 4th red flag. I mean, what's he doing there, man? I mean, like, he's playing a bad shot because of his colour selection. Trying to, you know, place the blue onto the side cushion would have helped him. He didn't manage to put the black safe. He didn't put the red safe. He didn't put the cue ball safe. And he walks away smiling. I mean, that's out of character, that is. Although, Mark Allen gone for the more difficult red. I've got no idea what he was doing. It seemed like, yeah, I mean, Kevin, you might have seen it there. Playing sloppy won't win it. So you might have seen it. That's nervy, to say the least, from both of them. And now, you do have to say, for now, you probably would put Sean Murphy to be as the favourite. I tell you what, if Murphy wins the tournament, I'm just saying this before, that Fang GE clearance is going to live with him for the entirety of his life. I mean, that is incredible. I remember watching that match because I genuinely thought Fang was going to hammer him at the end. But that didn't happen. And, well, now a long-range shot available for Yize. I feel like he's going to be the one to try and stop Mark Allen and Sean Murphy in the final. But he's going to need to have better shots than that. And once again, the brown is now going to be into the open place. He's not helping himself out there. And it just feels like exactly what happened in the first frame of the second session as well. We'll move the brown. He has cracking clearance that one. And now an opportunity for Mark Allen to try and go for the red into the yellow pocket. Well, is that going to be available to him? Is he going to need the pink, by the way? I mean, transition onto the pink without the black is not really going to be such an issue. But it's still going to be an extra shot for you to play. By the way, is he going to make the red in? Yize is going to have a very close look on that. But in the end, is he going to be close enough to be on the blue? Well, it seems like he's actually overplayed for it. So now he's going to be straight on the blue, which, with the cue ball being tied to the side cushion, I mean, first of all, make sure you get the blue in. I mean, I've seen shots like that to be missed at an amateur level. Murphy 1 ball away from going out to get to the final. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that was close. You know, you feel like that black that Higgins has missed, it would have been very much down to the decider. And as much as Murphy still would have fancied his chances out there, but at the same time, I felt like pretty much 80% of the audience that know what Higgins is capable of in a history in the past, then certainly would have said that he's going to be the one to put your money on in a decider. I thought John Higgins would prove me wrong and make the final 13-11 up. Well, he did. It didn't really help him. He had a 13-11 lead, but that's gone all the way back to 13-all, then 15-all, then nearly was back to 16-all as well. But in the end, Murphy was able to punish Higgins for that mistake, as Allen takes that red away nicely. But is he going to be able to take the blue away now? Well, he's going to be on the wrong side of it anyway. So now, do you try and take this red away from the side rail, or do you just try and drop that cue ball to being behind of it? We'll have to wait and see what the answer is going to be. For now, plenty of topspin. Try and get that cue ball around. Oh, has he got the jaw? He has got the jaw. He's nearly potted the red. Wow, it's a really good shot there from Mark Allen. And now it does come towards the likes of the pink, the brown and the green to try and take it away. But for now, it's a really good clearance of 12 points and counting. And that shot certainly is going to be one of the most important ones that he's played in the entire match here. Trying to get that red to be available down to him over the right corner. Well, I'm surprised that he didn't try and hold it for the black. But he's played a decent shot, made that a good shot on the blue. A really nice shot there. It needs the ping. Yeah, he will need the ping. But as I said, as long as he's going to be on the lower side of a blue, the pink itself is not really a danger. I mean, it's way too close to the pocket. I would actually say the brown and green are going to be more of an issue for him. And I genuinely mean that. Especially since it's going to be still straight on the yellow. I mean, that's a strange shot that he's played. And you can see the shake of the head there. What's he done there? I mean, what is he doing? He's left himself with pretty much the impossible green to be taken on. What's he going to try and do here? I mean, that was anything but comfortable. And he's going to try and get around the green. Well, it's a decent effort. Is he going to get the result? Well, only has himself to blame. Only has himself to blame. I did say the brown and green, because they're so close to each other and because they come one after another, they're going to be the biggest problem there for him. And that proved to be the case. I mean, if he gets past the brown, he's probably on the green and you can forget about it. But now you're not going to forget about it. 7 points of a lead for Yize, so it doesn't really matter again. Because yes, he's got one less shot on the pink to play, but at the same time, as I say, if you're going to be on there, oh, is he trying to cut this one into the green pocket? Surely he's not trying to cut this one in. He still needs to be on the brown, remember? He's tried to cut it. Well, it was a wrong decision. It was very much Yize type of a shot there that did not expect Mark Allen to take on. The good thing for Allen, though, I can't see the way to get on the brown here for Yize. I mean, he makes impossible things look easy, but how do you tell me you're going to be able to get on the brown here? The cue ball is going to be heading away from the side cushion. No matter how much spin you put it onto, you may be able to get it on top of the brown, but you're going to have to try and take it all the way towards the side cushion and try and play in behind of the brown here. Now, he just tried to pop the... I don't really understand what he was trying to do there. It looks like he was trying to snooker himself on the blue. Or is he trying to take this one on? I mean, Allen has gone for a reckless shot beforehand. Tell you what, you can't allow your opponent to be getting away with a mistake like this. Can he take the brown away? Should he take the brown away? In my opinion, no. But he doesn't really listen to anyone. Sometimes his coach, sometimes his dad, sometimes himself, sometimes to their voice. Well, the brown, surely for the frame. And he wasn't even taking that one. Yeah, right shot there. He needs to learn from what happened to Mark Allen previously. And I tell you what, the line seems to be good. The brown is about to be very much on the black ball cushion. The cue ball is going to be perfectly on the bulk. I tell you what, Karen Wilson will tell you, it doesn't get any worse for you than that. And yeah, it will be tricky for Allen to try and get that brown to be cannons without a double kiss here. So what's he going to try and do? Is he just going to be looking for a very thin shot to be played? No, he's trying to take that one towards the yellow pocket. Well, the pink is going to greet the brown, but is he going to be right on top of the pink? He will be. It's a really nice shot there Allen has played, because now it actually puts Yize to be in a slightly bit of a concern there. Because how do you take this double away into the green pocket without having a double kiss? He's managed to do that. He's nearly managed to pot the brown as well. And is he going to have a snooker lines up? No, he won't. As the brown just emerges to be visible to the cue ball. So then, 10 points of a lead, as I say. And then he will come down to a decent opportunity to try and make it down to a shot on the brown. Try and take it towards the left corner. And very much put it down to a decent opportunity to be made by Mark Allen as well. Was Wood going for the pot or the safety or both? Nah, he was certainly going for, the safety shot out there because he wasn't playing for the blue. The thing about those type of shots is you have to make sure you don't go for the pot unless you feel like there is going to be a chance to be on the blue there, because you're not really... The thing about those type of shots, even though Yize only needs 2 colors, there's never going to be a value in, having those 4 colors available, which there all are, and Alan doesn't even need the black, so the black is out of the picture unless you're going to be able to get the snooker behind it. Is black out of the picture, by the way? I'm just trying to do the maths. 10 points behind, so if he gets 9... No, black is not out of the picture, actually. Mark Allen does need a black, and that changes complexity of things completely, because that green that Yize was able to take, of course, that changes the whole picture here, because now the pink becomes a lot more of an asset here, because you can't just roll that one into the yellow pocket, which was the reason why I was saying it's so easy, and you shouldn't be worried about that one at all. But now, if you're going to have to try and put yourself with a long shot on the black, good luck with trying to go for that. But, yeah, of course, you want to try and get that cue ball to be running down the table as well. As we got the first frame already to be quite a long one. And that's, of course, only the starting point, 30 minutes since it has started. And now just having a look on the extension of a rest there that Mark Allen needs. Trying to go for that cue ball to send the brown to be heading towards the left side of the table. Needs to make sure he's not going to be too close to the pocket as well. And I'll play this one with plenty of power. And just put it through the shot to be taken into the left corner. But once again, I mean, is it trying to... I'm a little bit surprised they're not trying to get that cue ball to be involved with the pink. Especially since he's going to be the one that needs it. But clearly thinking about the safety for the brown first. So once again, it could be another strategical thing there for Mark Allen, because he may have to just force Yize to be very much the player trying to go for those risky shots there. Which, at this stage, I don't know if he realises it, or it feels like he shouldn't focus too much on whether Allen needs the brown. He's gone for the double. He's gone for a double here, and he's made that double in as well. Talk about aggression. That was a brilliant double from Yize. And now he puts himself to be on the blue. That was a thing of absolute beauty, but he's still not perfectly lined up for the blue to be taken into the corner pocket. Now, can he take this one into the yellow pocket? Oh, he's nearly posted the pink. He caused chaos on the table. And where's the blue going to finish? He's going to run safe. Ooh, look at the pink, where the pink is finished. The pink has finished exactly where he started. That's incredible, that. I mean, have a look where the pink is. And have a look where it's finished. I mean, that is extraordinary there with the pink. It's finished slightly further away from the pocket, but that is about as close as you can get to replicate the position of the pink out there. Well, he's certainly trying to do that with a colour by colour. Then he nearly potted the pink, yeah. So that's certainly anything but comfortable for him, but, he's got the green, he's got the brown. Pink went for holiday, but came out exactly. It's like me trying to do that maths equation and then the teacher asking me how I got there. It doesn't matter. It's the same result that everybody else got. And I'm going to be very much happy with it as well. Don't ask me how I got it. I certainly didn't look at the back of the book to see the answer. And that was the story of the pink. Now, once again, back to the battle of the blue. Because if you're going to get a chance to try and double this one in towards the right middle, then you may get an opportunity to try and bring that cue ball to be closer towards the black as well. Now, play this one with... he's trying to do the roles reversed. So he's trying to do the exact same thing that Yize has done in him previously. Trying to put the blue to be very close to the black ball cushion and the cue ball to be very much at the high end of the table next to the ball cushion here. So just carefully trying to place that one onto the left side. Needs to make sure it's not going to be anywhere near the middle. And I feel like he probably had that one just about enough under control to make sure that, well, to be fair, I mean, it doesn't really leave anything easy for Allen to try and play. Because you can't play this one top of the face because you're going to be a little bit too close to the green pocket. So, well, he has played this one full in the face, but surely that's, well, it's a good shot to be fair. He's managed to control that one really, really nicely. Well, I thought that was a risky shot there from Allen, but he manages to bring that blue to be way too far away from the pocket and way too close to the black ball cushion. So I would probably still say, by the way, for how this frame and how this match has gone so far, I would expect Mark Allen to be the favourite because Yize so far, once again in this match, I mean, I didn't say that before I realised that the blue is going to be put over the middle. I swear I didn't mean that. But the point that I was going to make, Yize doesn't pot the very important ball for him at pretty much at any stage of this match. And, well, now he will be down to a shot on the blue to be taken for Mark Allen. Let's see if he's going to have a chance to try and disturb the pink as well. He probably needs to be doing that because, you know, he can't just try and hold that cue ball back with no pace. Surely he can't be doing that. Ooh, has he managed to pot 2 in 1? Has he managed to pot 2 in 1? No, he hasn't, but is he going to be on the ping? Well, I'll tell you what, that is going to be straight ahead of a disaster for Yize. I mean, the previous shot that he nearly done the same thing there, putting that ping to be over the left middle, or putting the blue, I should say. Well, now it will be down to Mark Allen to come back to the table and certainly come away with a bang here because he's managed to have 11 points here and he's got the easiest black, which you will see for a frame-winning semi-final out there. He will be. What's he doing there? What's he doing there? I mean, what are you doing there? Are you fist bumping for the first frame of the session? Oh my God, what have I just seen? Bleach my eyes. What have I seen? He's literally fist bumping for that. Mate, the blue was over the pocket. Oh my life, that is embarrassment. Anyway, in the first frame of the session, I'll tell you what, my hopes for winning this match have just gone through the roof straight. I mean, that to me, that is not even straight. That is a laughable thing to be doing. Can you imagine Yize to be doing that? Can you imagine anyone to be doing that? Chang Min Yu, Luca Brazil, Jack Jones. Anyway, move on to the next frame. And I pretend I've never seen that before. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, once again, I mean, it is all down to Yize probably not taking his chances. Once again, he had that early break of 50 points, just didn't manage to do anything with it. And now, of course, Allen is going to be delighted, as you can see, with trying to get himself a nose ahead. And let's have a look for the first time since that 7-6 of a lead there for him. So that was in the 13th frame. And now he's going to be down to 23. Wow, that's been 10 frames ago. We lost that frame he has. And now he has got 11 frames, very much next to his name, and Mark Allen has got 12. So still looking to try and make sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of a fluent frames and trying to make sure that the players will be very much down to try and produce some great and entertaining snooker. For now, it's all down to trying to win here, of course, as now Allen makes it down to 5 more frames for him to try and win. So then going for, you know, a split of the pack from the left side of the table. Going for those reds to be spread out from the cue ball. Master Edgar trying to get involved with the crowd and trying to get them to come down as well. So once again, he'll be down to the cue ball to be sent towards the top side of the table. And now the Yize is going to have a chance to be heading for the reds into the left corner as well. So is he going to go for that? I mean, he needs a response mentally and physically as well based on the scoreboard. Brilliant. Brilliant. Come on, lad. Show him how it's done. Brilliant red taken into the corner, and now he's going to be lined up for the black. Honestly, I can't stop thinking about it. I would absolutely love him to make a 130 here and absolutely fist bump and milk it to however he wants, like the extent that nobody has ever seen in the first round of a qualifier. That was, by the way, that was a brilliant long shot. I mean, that cue ball was tied up to the cushion, and now he manages to take that red away to the corner, still be perfectly on the black. Of course, the position is not going to be an easy one. But, yeah, ultimately just trying to get the black to be taken into the right corner. Yeah, that's not good. Well, yeah, but as I say, it's never going to happen. But the thing is, you know, he's certainly managed to play that shot really, really well. And now it's all down to you. You know, you've seen that break of 54 points not really bring you anything. Yes, he's managed to play that with sort of, you know, passive-aggressive there in the meanwhile that he run himself out of the black. He didn't try to force anything, just put the brown safe, which didn't really help him to try and win the frame from here. But at the same time, now it will be down to a shot on the black to be taken into the corner. Still again, if Yize did that, Allen would be fuming. Come on, Yize, get Mark Allen sent out. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to say I'm going to disagree on any of those points. So just try and move on. And once again, he's on 16 points here. Looking to try and exploit some more reds to be taken into the corner. So if he plays this one on the top spin, see if he's going to try and use that black ball cushion to try and get closer on the black. We nearly used a little bit too much of the pocket there. But of course, that was strategic. He didn't play that for no purpose. So now he's going to open up the angle to try and give himself a nice little chance to just carefully throw that cue ball through the left side of the table. I mean, he's even used the side cushion, which tells you how narrow it was from the angle to try and get on that red. So 24 points right now is the lead. Still having 3 more reds, including this one that he's just taken into the corner. Make that 25 points. And then he'll be down to the black to be taken here into the left corner as well. Well, is he going to try and leave it very much down to taking 2 more reds into the corner? Or is he going to try and use them? Well, he can't really use them anyway, apart from just trying to pot them right now. You know, I just said that. I said it, and he's still going into the pack anyway. I'll tell you what, if he's on the red, I will forgive him. But if he's not, then it's a joke of a shot that he's played. Well, the thing is, the line of the cue ball would have been different had he not caught those reds. And he would have been probably a little bit further to the right side. It's a bad shot from Yize. It's a really bad shot from him as well. He didn't have to be doing that. And, well, seemed like he's about to go for the reds into the left middle. It's a very, very thin cut, as John Higgins will tell you, in that frame number 32. And he's missed it. He's missed it to the back and jaw, whereas he left the cue ball. To be fair, he has managed to leave it pretty much exactly the same place that he was on his previous shot. So, yeah, but the problem is, once again, Alan has got that frame on the board. So he's going to be heading for anything that is going to be risky, and he can afford to be doing that. I mean, they're showing the fist bump again. I would love to see, by the way, what Henry think about it. Well, I mean, Dennis Taylor is way too nice of a person. I mean, he's saying that, you know, he's just showing a little bit of emotion, but, you know, Dennis Taylor is too nice about it. I need Henry. I need very much Savage Henry on that and saying that do that when you win the final, don't do that when you win the first frame. But, you know, Dennis, as I say, is an absolute gem and a character that, you know, you never met in real life, but still, I mean, the way that he comes across on the TV and on all the exhibitions and stuff, he just seems like he's never going to say a bad word to you. And you won't like it. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I bet he's going to be glad that he's not doing commentary here, because I'm pretty sure he's got the rotor. Because I've heard JP, I've heard Ken Doherty, I've heard, what's his name, Karen Wilson actually to be. I mean, Karen Wilson and Dennis Taylor was probably the most relaxing and the most enjoyable commentary there. I'm not going to say I listened to it for a while, because I was here, sat on the stream, trying to make it with I mean, has he got that keyboard to be a little bit too close to the black cushion there? He doesn't want to be doing that because he's got 2 dangerous reds to be given to the left middle. And yeah, that duel was so calm, so respectful, you know, just very much relaxed, realizing what they're talking about, having nice predictions as well, and just enjoying themselves. You want to, you know, it probably depends on the match that you're going to be doing, but that's a really nice combination that those two is going to be a chemistry. Fist bump is mad. If Alan loses the match, he becomes a meme. Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, I'll be the one promoting the meme as well. And, well, that was a risky shot, that from Alan. Stephen Hall. I'm not a fan. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan, but I don't really have anything to say against. So, yeah, I feel like it's not really just my cup of tea, but it's purely down to the preference. Once again, I haven't got anything bad to say. So it's just purely, you know, I prefer Dennis Taylor and Karen Wilson, the likes of Hendry, the likes of JP, the likes of, you know, who else have we got on the commentary? Steve Davis, brilliant as well sometimes. Oh, brilliant shot there by Yize, and the shot that Steve Davis pretty much never played during his 80s campaign. Now, that is the way for you to announce yourself to the world. Brilliantly cued for the ball colours. And now Yize, come on, show them how he's done. Once again, he wasn't able to do that with the first time, but when he gets himself 2 opportunities or more, he doesn't usually need the third one. Well, say 2 or more. When he gets himself 2 chances, especially if he takes the first red like that, there will be a boost to his confidence, and that's going to be now heading through the roof for him as well. Come on, Woo, silence Mark Allen with some big breaks. Now just looking for that black to be made. Oh, has he overrun? No, he's fine. Absolutely perfect. And if anything, is actually going to be even better than he could have been, because, you know, if that cue ball stopped a little bit earlier, he could not have played the shot that he's about to play now. Top side of the, you know, the reds. Oh, I felt like the camera was a little bit misleading there, thinking that, you know, the cue ball is not going to bounce enough there. So now for a shot on the red to be taken into the left corner. Make sure he's going to be able to extend that 43 points of a gap that he has, and just make sure he's going to be clinical, as he has managed to be throughout the majority of the third session as well, and make it very much down to 9 frame finale, something that he should have started like that, and we've seen those 24 frames to be completed with the previous 3 sessions. For now, Yize just trying to carefully take the black away into the left corner, make sure that cue ball's going to keep on running towards the red into the right middle, because he needs to get that red out of the play and put himself to be very much on the position to be taking the black away into the left corner as well. So play this one with plenty of spin if he wants to basically just try and slow that cue ball down. Lee Walker and John Perry. Lee Walker is good. Joe Perry, I haven't really heard. Oh, yes, Dominic Dale. Dominic Dale was the person I would really like to be listening to, I'll be honest with you. And John Higgins is not bad, but I feel like he's very much, probably same as a player, very quiet and, very intelligent and, very much just careful with what he's going to say. I wonder Ronnie on the commentary saying, that was a bad shot, I would have played it like that. Or, as when he was doing the studio analysis on Brazil, when he says like bang, 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 and he's going to be on the red, I don't even have to look where he's going to be. I know he's going to be on one, and he always is. But now, Yize has found himself to be taking the blue into the yellow pocket, and he's taking that one really well. So now, 65 points of a lead, and 75 points at the table. So just looking to try and take the red away into the left corner. So, Yize is dominating the poll, so as soon as the frame finishes, let me know who do you feel has been the top 5 players for the tournament we have for the season. For the tournament is going to be later on. It's probably down to, top 5 players, 4 of them to make it into the semis, but, one more probably Zington, not really. Selby, not really. Chomp, not really. Who has been the top 5 then of the players in the tournament? Who has been unlucky to miss out on this one? Barry, underrated. Really underrated, and apart from that, Pink had a really good chance to try and challenge Yize in the semis. John Virgo, yeah. John Virgo, that was absolutely horrible for me because, the man, the voice behind the camera, the voice behind Eurosport, the clips on videos and on YouTube, well, the red is going to stay, so that's not really the way for you to try and finish off the match there, but unfortunately, of course, the man and the legend of the game has been dead since February of 2026, and he will be very much the first Crucible without him. So that's a huge shame for the game. And of course, now Mark Cullen is going to come back to the table after that previous break of Yize. Now allowing himself to try and go for the red into the corner, but he's missed it. And if he's left the red, he should be very much down to frame conceded here as well. Has he left the red? Yes, he has. So it's now down to him if he wants to try and concede the frame, or he wants to allow Yize to try and go for those shots. Hussein, what do you mean, sorry, Hussein? Oh, Hussein, yeah, you know what? It's a reasonable shout. It's a reasonable shout, that, because I feel like his performance against Trump was probably the best of the whole tournament. I mean, tell me the performance that was better. The most complete performance ever to me. His long potting has been great. His chance creation has been fantastic. And when he's in amongst the reds, I mean, I felt like Trump was never going to get the chance in. Top player, I mean, like, yeah, Hussein is going to be better than Barry. As much as Barry managed to defeat the likes of Hawkins and... who did he beat in the first round? He beat a qualified, didn't he? Can't remember who. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, Hussein was against C. Williams, but yeah, Hussein has to be in there. Hussein absolutely has to be in there. John has been poor this season. No, but Trump has made it into the top 2. So Zhazington and Trump has made it into the top 2, which is no surprise because, as much as Judd only managed to win the German Masters, he's managed to get himself through to so many finals that you still have to get him appreciation for that. And also, one thing I like about Judd is that he's very self-critical. He says he's had a, sugar honey iced tea season, and he's certainly saying that he's not going to be happy with it, so he's going to try and improve on that as well. John Higgins, not really. I'll be honest with you. As much as I said, Trump has managed to win German, John Higgins hasn't won anything. You could say the same about Ronnie, because Ronnie managed to make 2 finals, and John Higgins has only managed to make 3 finals. To be fair, he has managed to make it in the semis, but still of the World Championship. But I would still say it's very much going to be down to a bit of a bad opportunity out there. And Yize with a break of 30 points in the end, he's just going to end this one here. So we are going to have a poll in the chat. John Yize has been decent. Yeah, but once again, I mean, let's see. You can do it. We're going to take Xiaoxington and Judd Trump out of the equation. So there, who has been the best player this season? I've got names of Selby, UK and Champion of Champions. I've got name of Wilson, Shanghai and the Masters of the Triple Crown. I've got the name of, let's go with yours, Higgins. But if you put, you can't put Higgins in there. I'm sorry, but you can't put Higgins in there. Because Williams has managed to win a tournament, Robertson has managed to win a tournament, Chipchaya has managed to win a tournament, Lisowski managed to win a tournament. I mean, you can't put Higgins in there. I'm sorry, I'm not putting him. I'm going to put Murphy in there, and he's probably going to take it by a mile. Right now, he's going to be in the final. Yeah, absolutely, Murphy. So, who's going to be the fourth one then? Robertson? I feel like I'm missing someone big. I feel like I'm missing someone. Well, to be fair, we have taken Xiaoxington and Judd Trump out of the game. Selby, Wilson, Murphy. Who else? Williams, Higgins, Robertson. You probably have to put it Williams or Robertson. So I have to say Neil. I would have to say Neil. So I'll give you 10 seconds to see if you're going to try and replace someone with Neil, because I'm trying to think there. Kyron. No, Kyron is in there. Kyron is in there, absolutely. Because you managed to win the Masters and the Shanghai, Kyron is going to be in there. So Selby, because he won the Champion of Champions in the UK. Oh, Yize. Sorry, Robertson. You're going to have to come out. You're going to ham out Yize, of course. Cannot be Ronnie. No, he can't be Ronnie. He hasn't won a tournament. As much as I'm a fan and I want to try and make him do well, but you can't be putting him in there. Sorry, Neil. And you're going to be very much, runner-up. And, Ronnie and Higgins, as much as you can't really compare the two of them, you can at the same time because, how many Higgins has made finals to? The Masters, lost to Kyron. Nanjing, lost to Yize. Players' Championship, lost to Xiaoxington. Yeah, I mean, he's only made 3 finals, to be fair. So it's not like he's done a Judd Trump where he's had 5 finals in the season. And Ronnie's made 2 finals of Saudi and World Open, which arguably are going to be a little bit more difficult for you to get to. Well, probably unfair, but still. Should have a next tournament and made the GV trophy. Well, we get to the final, my vote is him. Yeah, Yize. Yeah, I suppose. Well, Alan is not going to be in there. Well, to be fair, I mean, is that unfair? Is that bias? Alan has managed to win an English Open, which puts him ahead of Higgins straight away. Should Alan be in there? Well, I mean, if Alan makes it into the final, he said, oh, is that a double? Is that a double? That's a double from Yize, and I'll tell you what, that's certainly the way to tell you who you should vote for in the chat. That was brilliant out there, and now that was absolutely fantastic to be taking a double like that. Risk-free shot, some would say. I'd say it's a brilliant shot to try and open up the scoring, and now make sure he's going to have a chance to try and take the black away into the right corner as well. This is what you need, this is what we want, and this is what Yize does. And, Yize for now is winning. Yeah, I thought so, because I can't believe I actually missed him, missed out on him, because, Yize, winning Nanjing, getting through to... Did he have any more good appearances? Because he hasn't made it into the final since Nanjing, which is a little bit weird, how quiet he has been in the second part of the season. He managed to make it to the semi-final of the Masters. Just lost out to Kyron, the eventual winner, in a very close match of 6 frames to 5, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it was down to very much a close match for him, but at the same time, you probably have to say, if Alan wins this one, he certainly should replace Trump. Because he won the English Open, Trump won the German Masters, and yes, Alan didn't make it into another final. He was into a semi-final of the Players' Championship, but I would say if he made it into the final and he's still very much in contention to try and do that, you probably replace Trump as the in the top 5 of the most successful. The reason, by the way, I'm doing those polls, you're gonna find out, but there is going to be. I'm still working on the format, and I haven't started on doing any of those things, by the way. But the plan for me to try and get it down to 3 players of the season, and then we'll put it down to the 3 of them to have a 3-minute video for music, just highlight and attribute to their season. We're going to have a separate one for the World Championship. We're going to have a separate one for the World Champion. And then we're going to have a very much 3 best players of the season as well. I feel like it's a pretty good idea. It'll take an awful lot of time though. But, if I feel like if it's going to be exactly what it is in my mind, then it will be certainly down to something worth watching there. Because once again, it's not just done for the views and the stuff there, because it's not going to be monetized anyway, because there's going to be copyright on the music. But you just want to make sure, if the channel stays for like 5 years, you look back on it, and of course we're going to try and do it from the next season as well. We're going to be very much looking back on those tournaments, and it will bring you back memories, and you feel like, oh, I remember that, because I was there in Cheltenham, watching Murphy beat McGill in a really good match there. That just feels like in the 15th frame sort of came away from Anthony a little bit, and that would have been the underdog story of the season, by the way. I mean, Chang Min-yu was decent, he was brilliant, but he hasn't managed to win, and he was battered in the final. We're going to do the underdog story as well, but that's going to be just for the poll. I'm not really going to be very keen on doing, you know, a separate video for Lisowski or Chang Min-yu, because it's going to be difficult to try and find so much footage on them. By the way, what have you done here, Yize? I mean, the previous shot where, you know, was there the time where it has gone wrong for you, but still should have got a little bit more on the cue ball in relation to the topspin. And once again, it was 50 points in the frame before that, and now it's going to be 31 points here. So it just doesn't seem like he's got that pot scoring machine to be available to him. Now just trying to go for the black. Probably to be taken onto the left side cushion. 63% for... Yeah, to be fair, I feel like Yize is going to take this one away, because I can't actually... Yeah, I mean, Murphy's going to be... So, yeah, let's have a look. Let's end this one as well, because Murphy and Yize have to be in there, and it's probably not really fair not to be including Mark Allen before the semi-final is going to be over. So, let's try and do a little bit more niche. Who has been the best player of that season? We're going to get to the underdogs very soon, but for now I just want to see what you guys think about this one, because he's going to have Williams. I'm not going to put Ronnie's name in there because I know he's going to win any poll. I'm going to put Wilson. I'm going to put... Who else should we put? Allen. Well, Allen is playing here, so I don't really want to be doing... Yeah, let's put Selby. And then give me one more... Yeah, Higgins. There we go. That's going to be very much down to this. As Mark Allen just plays a careful safety shot. And Yize has got himself lined up with a long red. Is he going to try and take this one away? Wow, that's a brilliant shot there from Yize. And look at that. Look at how close he was to the cushion. But look at how nicely he's managed to take that shot away. And now he will be very much down to, oh, is he going to be on the brown? I mean, that's unfortunate. That is so unfortunate for him, because he's perfectly on the bulk line. And, well... I don't know what's more difficult, a brown like that or the red that he just managed to pot. Forget about Zhao in the pole for top. No. Zhao is out of the game. Zhao and Judd are out of the game. Trump might have to come out of it, by the way, but Zhao is, of course. Zhao, Yize, and Trump, for now, are going to be, you know, irreplaceable. Top three players, I would say. So, last time I was in Cheltenham was 2007. Gillingham lost and Bolton lost. That's an interesting story, that, Matt. It's a really interesting story, that. In the end, he will be down to just a single point there to be scored. So, yeah, I mean, Xiaozington is the player of the season, no matter who wins the world title. I mean, with all the respect. Unless, I mean, is that true? I mean, you probably have to say, well, we're down to 3 players. So, who would be the player of the season if Murphy wins it, if Yize wins it, or if Allen wins it? Are they going to go beyond the 4 titles of Xiaozington? Of the players, well, has he got 4 titles? Or has he got only 3? No, he's only got 3, hasn't he? He's only got 3, Letitia. He's got the Players' Championship, he's got the Tour Championship, and then he's got the World Grand Prix, the Players' Series. If you count the RIA Championship, I mean, I'm not getting that one involved. That was the exhibition, to say the least. And I'm really glad that he's not there next season. I know it's going to be a bit of a problem for the money, for the players, and so. By the way, Kevin, what are your thoughts about it? What World counts as 2? Is it good? Yeah, I'll probably say it counts as 3. I'll probably say it does count as 3, honestly. Because of how difficult it is to win it, I probably genuinely would say it counts as 3. So technically, all of them would go beyond of, you know, Xiaozington. But to me personally, and once again, that's only on my personal view, I would say Murphy takes it over Zington, but that's the only player. As Allen now tries to get around those, I'll tell you, that's a cracker shot of that. Brilliant there, but Allen, I mean, that was anything but comfortable in relation to how close he had to get to the pink, to the reds, to the blue, and he's managed to get around them all. And look at that for a shot, once again, off the right side, in the gap, the pink and the reds are going to be out of the way. That's a brilliant shot, that is. I mean, one of the best snooker escape that we've seen. As much as he had such a big area to aim at, but still needed to make sure he didn't hit too close to the right side rail as well. Yeah, Murphy for me. Yeah, as I say, Murphy will probably, because of him, being in the final of the German, because of him winning the British Open, because of him being in the final of the Xi'an Grand Prix, forget about that as well. He's managed to make 3 finals there, Murphy, and 4 final, of course, if he's going to be in the World Championship final right now, which, sometimes a final counts as a final, sometimes it counts as a win. So he's still going to be very much looking to try and get that one booked in. But for now, Mark Allen trying to get that cue ball to keep on running to the top part of the table. So now 32 points of a lead here for Yize. And let's see, Higgins. Wow, Higgins is winning this poll, by the way. Williams is... I don't really understand the logic behind that. I mean, it's only 24 votes, to be fair, so hopefully that will be a little bit more reasonable. I mean, how can you vote Higgins? I genuinely thought he was going to be the 4th one out of the 4. I mean, you've got Selby, managed to win 2 titles. You've got Williams, managed to have won a Xi'an Grand Prix, probably the best, the most, weird tournament that we've seen this season, where every single time he's played against someone, is that going to be close? It's a bad shot there from Yize. I mean, he just can't help himself, can he? Every single time he comes to a close frame, and he closely contested, that red that he's taken into the corner was brilliant, but the fact that he wasn't on the collar, and now he finds Mark Allen to be in a position which, I'm not going to say it's a brilliant one, because look at where the black is, and look at where the pink is. How's he going to be able to get on the collar while spotting the red, by the way? It's taking loads of time. It's taking the shot well. And, well, is that going to be good enough? He's going to have to bridge over the red, but it should be fine, to be fair, because he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. So, once again, trying to get himself a little closer towards 13-12 of a gap there against Yize, and certainly make it down to the wire there. World counts as 2. Yeah, but Selby 1 should count as 1.5 as well. Masters should count as 1.5. UK should count as 1.5. And then the Worlds should count as 3 for me. Because even if you have done absolutely nothing in the whole season, then you still should be very much over. If you win the UK and the Masters, it should be equivalent to be winning the World Championship to me. But if you win someone like, I don't know, German Masters, British Open, and, the Wuhan Open, you'll be very much equivalent of, and you could say it's even worse than winning the World Championship, because it's going to be a lot more to you as well. So it will be down to the titles that you have very much available to yourself. So Mark Allen about to take the second red away. And he's been getting himself on those points on the pink. Very handy as well. But let's have a look at the mass here. So we've got 6 reds. We've got 6 reds and we've got 18 points to try and make up. 6 reds means, with the pink, means that he can be up to 42 points that he scores. 42 points with 18 behind will take him 24 ahead, so he does need every single one of those reds. That's officially confirmed. So for him to try and win this frame, he'll have to pot the reds off the right side cushion as well. So that's not easy. He's going to have to try and work his way towards that red first, but for now, he finds himself to be in a position of trying to take the red away into the green pocket, which is probably too close to try and mess this one up, as he takes that one nicely into the heart of the pocket. And now just looking for the blue to be taken into the right middle as well. Higgins now still dominating the poll. I'm trying to see if I missed something with Higgins there, because down to the Masters runner-up, down to the Players' Championship runner-up, down to the Nanjing International Championship runner-up, as he had a, semi-final in Wuhan, semi-final in the... in the Tour Championship. Not black spot, making this difficult. I wouldn't actually say he's making this too difficult, because he's got those reds to be around the pink. I felt, to be fair, it depends on which reds you look at. The ones that he's taken, it's probably easier to take those with the pink and black. The pink and the blue. The ones that he's getting to right now, yeah, you're probably right with that one. Especially with the ones that you could take into the right corner. It's a natural angle to try and drop the cue ball for those reds, so... yeah, you're probably right with that one. But it still shouldn't be, as I say, it would be a joke if Allen messes up the position here on those 4 reds. It's probably down to, just trying to get onto one more red there to be taken. As you can see, all he had to do is to put himself in a position to be taking that cue ball on the left-hand side of the table. And it's a bit of a weird shot that from Yize, because you feel like all you have to do is take that cue ball wider to the left or keep it further to the right, but don't go in between, because that pocket is very wide when you go in between. And, you know, if you're going to catch the backhand jaw, he's still not going to play that shot as intended, but at least you're very likely to get away with that. But if you're going to get the backhand jaw to be caught, then you've got no chance of surviving the impact. And 9 times out of 10, you know, you're going to be leaving that cue ball to be on the lower end of the table, which will be very much a chance to your opponent, as he finds out now, finding himself behind in the match once again. And 2 points in front for the 25th frame as well. This would have been the decider, by the way, had it been the quarterfinal or the second round. But for now, we're still about to see some action to be played. And of course, there could be 8 more frames after this one, if it is to go the distance. You know, for now, we're certainly following the script of 2023, where we've had the first semis to finish 17 frames to 15. Say that was down to Yize against Luca Brissell, where Murphy managed to be very much Luca Brissell, although he didn't really have any sort of comeback out there, but he certainly managed to play some lights-out snooker and leave no chance away for his opponent, as Alan gets another pink and red combination. This is where I feel like he should go into the red. What do you think, Kevin? Is he going to try and play that pink in towards the right middle now and position himself to be very much exactly where the cue ball is right now, so that when he pots the next red, I mean, it's weird to be watching that from Alan, because he does that so weirdly. I mean, when he just snaps the cue into the air, and well, it seems like he's going to try and do that with the pink. I'm not really a fan of that, because what could he do with that red? He can't play behind of it because he's way too far away from the corner. So you have to try and put that one over the middle. Has he underplayed? Has he underplayed? Well, has he got the angle here, you know? No, not to me. Well, may just about be able to get through to it, but I mean, I feel like he's going to be risky of just flicking this one on the side and making sure that cue ball goes beyond the point of the red. And, well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, he needed to hit that one very much on the left corner. He didn't do that. He hit that one straight in the face, leaving it till last again. Yeah, not a fan of it, but I understand why you have to do it, because now Yize does need the black. So that thing I understand. But surely you had to do it from the previous red. You had to play the red and then get the cue ball to be cannoned into another red, because even in this position, right now, you would have had a shot at the blue or the pink. And that gives you one extra. Whoa, has he gone for the double? He's gone for the double. He's made the double as well. Wow, that was brilliant from Alan. I mean, he certainly loaned that one in the decider of John Higgins. I mean, he's realised there was 12 frames each. He realised it was in the Crucible, and he realised that John Higgins was in the arena today, because he felt like that was 2025 all over again. 2024, I should say. And, well, he's not going to be perfectly on the yellow, but he doesn't need the yellow. Now 30 points clear. Double, what a shot. Well, once again, Yize with his 31 points of a break, not doing enough there and opening that door to be available for Mark Allen. And Allen will take that chance away. The yellow will certainly make sure that there's not going to be a chance for Yize to come back to the table. And you can see once again that double. Careful shot there, and a really clever one as well, because he was always going to get the cover on the pink, even if he missed that double away. So he needs to tighten up safety. Yeah, he needs to tighten up his chances though. I wouldn't even put it down to his safety game. He needs to make sure that when he's at the table, he takes those chances and he's not messing around, because there was a lot of messing around there going on, and he just needs to make sure, head down, focus mode on, and get it down to a showdown here, down to very much the last 7 frames out there, as I say, including the next one as well. So just going for the brown here. A nice little total clearance, by the way, from Mark Cullen, as he's now on 76 points, could still make it down to 89 if he gets the pink and the black, showing Yize what he could have been doing had he managed to keep that break going and not mess up on the red to be taken. So a little bit of a trick shot. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Trying to put that red over. Ooh, that's not quick timing enough. Yeah. Anyway, at least there wasn't a fist bump. I'd say it's probably the positive. And yeah, now Alan has got a 13 to 12 frames of a lead, and now he gets it down to 25 frames to be played. Usually, this is going to be enough, more than enough for you to try and win a match, but not at the Crucible, not at the one-table format. Now, it will be down to one more frame to be played, and then it will be very much down to the intermission and a 7-frame showdown to be seen on which one of those two players will be able to face Shaun Murphy in the final. For now, of course, Shaun, as he was saying about, Neil Robertson against John Higgins, where he was looking forward to seeing one of them to be absolutely knackered and hoping that he's going to be able to pick up the pieces in the first session. Will the break after the next frame? Yes, absolutely. So it will be down to a break after the frame number 26. Steve Davis and Jimmy White was the 80s. Yes. True. Don't really understand the context, but true. I mean, yeah, it was very much down to probably a little bit unfair, I would say, on Steve Davis to be saying that he was Jimmy White. One of them has managed to win 6 world titles, pretty much, I'm pretty sure all of them in the 80s. Because what's he managed to do? 89, 88, 87, 86, then he had, no, not 86. 86 was Joe Johnson, then 85 was Taylor. 84, I've got no clue, was 84. Might have been Steve Davis again, but yeah, I would say Jimmy White is one of those players that doesn't really, can't really be compared in relation to Steve Davis and his dominant era in the 80s. And it's the same as, comparing someone like Neil Robertson to Stephen Hendry. I mean, Jimmy White lost 8 World Final, 1990 and 1994. Davis was untouchable in 80. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the document, not the document, I've seen the little movie with O'Sullivan and Davis on his Ronnie O'Sullivan show, where he was bringing up all those score lines, where it was semi-final 10-1, final 10-0, and of course that session in 85 as well. I mean, he was leading by 8-0, 7-0, what was it? So yeah, in the first session, and he somehow managed to get it down to the decider on the last black, which, of course, we all know what happened there. 40 years later, Dennis Taylor is going to be in the commentary still, very much smiling from the year to the year when that story of 85 is going to be brought up. And Steve Davis is going to be nice little himself. Dennis Taylor was 8 down in that one. Yeah, 8-0 down. It's an incredible comeback. It was, what was it, 9-7? It was, oh, that's a brilliant shot. Once again, why can he not do it when he's leveled on frames? But that is brilliant from Yize. He's done exactly the same thing in frame number 26 and frame number 24. I mean, that is incredible consistency. I mean, genuinely, promise you, I'm going to put a note, I'm going to put a short on how close was that to a complete remake in the 26 and the 24 frame. Woohoo, well, I'll tell you what, Kevin, we're not in the audience. We don't need Rob Walker to be telling us not to be doing that. We can do whatever we want. But that was brilliant. And the shot on the black was not a bad one either. I mean, the question is, can he try and take it beyond the 50s, the 30s? And the answer is, that was cued. That was cued really well. Because that red was the one where sometimes the slip-up can occur. But look at this red. Once again, tied to the cushion. And look at how well he's taken that red away. Perfectly into the corner. Thank you very much. I'll take the blue from here as well. So, brilliant there for Yize, trying to go for the blue now. Into the right corner. Make sure he's got that cue ball to be rolling towards those reds at the lower end as well. Just make sure he's going to have, the pink for him to try and avoid. So he's got a red to the left corner to be taken, to be fair. Now, well, I'll tell you what. Have we seen more than a frame of a deficit since 6-5, which was 11th frame? We're about to finish the frame number 26 if Yize manages to end this break here, which, I mean, certainly he's got the position for that. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more raids, and that's going to be on top of 22 points that he is able to score. Only a matter of time for Yize to up his game yet, but the problem is he's running out of frames to try and make it comfortable, because even if he wins this match from now and he goes on a run of worthy of Shaun Murphy, where he was 15-13 behind, which technically, of course, Yize is not going to be too far from, and he goes on a run and wins 5s on a bounce, that's brilliant, but is he likely to be doing that against someone as, unpredictable and Mark Cullen? Which, I mean, unpredictable is not really the word I was trying to use, probably granite, the way to describe Cliff Thorburn, just trying to, very difficult to pass him without a fight, and, that's probably what Mark Cullen, is going to be doing here after his matches with Hawkins, Wilson, and Zhang Anda, well, it's not really had a bad lineup either to try and get to the final. But of course, saying that is going to be probably his best chance in ages to try and get through to the, two-man showdown. And try and put up a fight over to Sean Murphy. Now, we're going to be at a bit of a death zone here. 31 points was the point where the break has fallen apart there for Yize. He's going to be able to extend this one shot further. Take that red away now into the right middle. Play that shot with a little bit of topspin on the cue ball and allow himself to be positioned for the pink as well. Yes, Mark played the best I have ever seen him to get back into this game. Yeah, I mean, 6-2 down, remember. 6-2 down and a very important 9 frame. That's where the match has certainly shifted in favour of it to be a very close one. And now Yize still trying to get himself back with level frames here. Jimmy White won the Everything Expect World Championship in 1994 runner-ups. A record that will never be broken. Yeah, but one thing I can tell you, nobody remembers who finishes second. I mean, I'll be honest with you, that works in any sport. That works in any sport. If you're second, it doesn't matter. If you win, you're a winner. You're the champion. Do you remember in a couple of years' time who lost the final to Ronnie in his 7th? Do we remember who lost the final to Hendry in his 7th? Steve Davis in his 6th? No, we don't. Well, I certainly don't, because I don't know. I know Ronnie managed to beat Judd, obviously, in 2022, but I genuinely don't know who Steve Davis managed to beat in his last world title, and also same with Stephen Hendry. It's an interesting shot there from Yize, by the way. I mean, sure, he's not done it again. 53 points in front, 91 at the table. Jimmy will give all the finals. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm pretty sure he's the UK champion, by the way, in 1994. Is that right? And I'm pretty sure that's going to be worth a lot more than all these World Championship finals combined. Brilliant red. Now, where's the cue ball? It's going to be even better. Brilliant shot there, Bram Yize. And now he manages to be very much towards the finish line there that he's marching on. Trying to go for a shot into the yellow pocket now. Taking the yellow itself. Making sure he's going to be able to try and bring that cue ball down the lower end of the table here. And a big bounce off the left side. Make sure he's going to have a chance of taking the red away into the left middle as well. And that will get him very much down to a frame ball opportunity to be the next red that he's taken. And then they'll put it down to 67 points available. And he should have a gap of more than that on the next colour that he takes. So then Higgins is still winning by 51%. I mean, that is mad. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say, by the way, I'm not doing an edit on someone that hasn't won a tournament. Harsh, maybe, but Yize, Trump, Murphy, Zhao Xingtao. I mean, Trump is probably going to get lost in there as well. 5 minutes, 55 seconds, by the way, the frame duration, and he's about to be on the frame ball. Brilliant stuff there from Yize. And Kevin was asking if he's going to be a break after this frame. Well, I'll tell you what, there may as well not have been a frame because of how blistering this was. GG's frame came on exactly, and he can get the break now. So 26 frames in, 13 frames each. He will be down to the race to 4 frames here, and let's see which one of the players is going to be able to achieve it. 7 more frames, of course, for us to potentially see. And for now, the schedule is 1.5 hours. It's not too bad, to be fair. 1.5 hours for 4 frames. If he's going to be keeping up like this, which he won't, because the further he gets, the more congested those frames are going to start, the more pressure that he's going to be. Now, I want a century break. We all want a century break. 137 is going to be possible, but 100 points is going to be enough there to try and make it the 4th century for Yize, and it's a brilliant cannon towards the red. That was the one that surely is going to bring him over that finish line. So a break of 85 points here as he takes a nice pink whilst being able to cannon the red into the open play here. Playing for the blue to try and keep that cue ball to be on the top side of it. Once again, brilliant cue ball control. Just trying to work out the angles there to make sure he's not going to be able to cannon into the pink. It's a little bit surprised that he tried to play like that. Just leave it down with all the distance. So having to take the red into the corner. Of course, since he's taking the blue away, he'll be putting him down to, 3 more shots to be taken at least. And he's going to get this red in. Oh, he's cannon the pink, which is not good. Yeah, it's not good at all because now he'll make it very difficult to try and line up for the red. And of course, he'll need a colour after that one as well because of not taking the black on either of those shots. So the pink is in. and he's trying to play in behind of the red. Well, he's going to have to try and drop this with no weight, because of course he has got no reason to be worried about leaving that red over the corner. So just boom, and carefully play it. Ooh, a little bit off the front jaw, and he's still, because of the pace, he managed to roll that red in, and easy for Wu exactly, and it's now a break of 106 points and counting. He will be down to another century in the making for Yize, and makes it now 4 of those to be in the match for him, and a break time of only 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Ronnie O'Sullivan will say, well, that's rookie numbers, but everyone else on the tour would say that's a really good break, that, as he now manages to put himself in a contention to try and get away from Mark Cullen in relation to those points to be scored. As now finally getting his frame wins to be a lot more confident than the ones that Mark Cullen gets over the line, which majority of them have been on the back of the first break not really being too successful from Yize's point of view. Turn up for the party now, exactly, and make sure you don't leave after you have the first drink. Make sure you're going to be staying in there until you get yourself over the finish line, until they ask you to leave, and then you're going to be through to the final, and you're going to be very much hosting your own party tomorrow. Look at that, by the way. That's one way of getting on the pink. That's brilliant positional play there. Haters will say he didn't play for it, and now a break of 126 points, still looking to try and get it down to a black. Ooh, I mean, it's not quite going to be a total clearance, but still, a break of 126 points, the 3rd highest break for him in the match, the 4th highest break overall, and it's now going to be down to 13 frames for Yize, 13 frames for Mark Cullen. It is all square in the semi-final, and where have I seen this before, let me think? Lion King, but ultimately, it was down to Shaun Murphy and John Higgins to be playing similar snooker like that, and now it will certainly come down to a decent opportunity here to see on what Yize and Mark Cullen will be able to showcase at the final couple of frames. For now, as Kevin says, it's going to be a little bit of break time, and then we'll be back with you to try and see on which one of the players will make it over the finish line and being there with a challenge to try and challenge Shaun Murphy for the biggest trophy in snooker championship here. Once again, stay tuned in, 15 minutes time of a break, and then we'll be back with you with the finale of the semi-final. Let's hope for another Karen Wilson against Anthony McGill, Mark Selby against Ronnie O'Sullivan, or at least, you know, Karen Wilson against forgot the semi-final. Anyway, stay tuned in, basically is the point. 15 minutes time is the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last and the final of the mini sessions in between Yize and Mark Cullen. And as you don't often see that at the World Championship, but this mini session is going to be consisting of up to 7 frames. Usually it can be only 5 of maximum, but now it will be a little bit of a different story. And once again, the format, as if it was the normal semi-final, it was very much a race towards 6 frames before the session has begun. Now it will be a race to 4 frames, as both of them were able to win exactly 2 frames at the starting point of it. And now we will be seeing a great snooker to be played, that's for sure, if we get the most out of our 2 players. For now, we're still welcoming them, waiting for them, I should say, to get back to the arena. Who is your prediction to take it now? And, well, not going to do that as a poll because, Higgins is still winning, by the way, by 53% in relation to Williams, Wilson and Selby. I mean, Wilson is so underrated with that one. Williams only won 1 title. Higgins hasn't won any, but once again, for me, that's just a popularity concept, unfortunately. But as I say, we'll end that one there. And let's do the underdogs then, because we're going to be way too focused on the final for now, as we've got 7 more frames. Who has been, I should say, the biggest underdog story? Underdog story. Options: Lisowski. I'm going to put Wakelin in there. I'm going to put Chang Minyu in there. I'm going to put, who else? I feel like I'm missing one more big name that managed to win a tournament. Who am I missing? Chris Wakelin, Lisowski, Chang. Who is that? Who else? Chipchaya. Probably Chipchaya. Yeah. Had a really good... have I missed anyone again? In terms of the underdogs, let me know, and then I'll confirm the poll. So we can see that one, as now we are going to have Yize and Mark Cullen to be welcomed back to the arena. It's not quite Mark Selby, because we're just having a look, by the way, at the match in between Mark Cullen and Mark Selby in 23, and that semi-final was certainly going in sections, because it was a stage where Allen was trailing by 10 frames to 11. Also, in 5 frames time, he was trailing by 10 frames to 16, and it will very much come down to a bit of an upset there for him, because he was able to come back from 16 then down, back to 16 frames 15. Still, it only took Selby 1 frame to try and get himself over the finish line. So then, Mark Allen, after the break-off shot from Yize, is he going to try and go for a Yize special into the corner? No, he won't. He'll go for a Mark Allen special and just try and carefully place that ready to be taken into the green pocket here. The thing about those 4 underdogs is that you have got Chang Minyu to come from nowhere and, appear on the rankings, get himself through to the last 16 of Saudi Masters, then, of course, managed to be the incredible, the unstoppable of the Scottish Open, managed to beat the likes of Wilson, Selby, numerous more. Paul Allen, I'm pretty sure he managed to beat as well, and then was coming into the match against Chris Wakelin as the favourite. But another player that is going to be on that poll is going to be Chris Wakelin himself, the player that has managed to make it into the semis of the Saudi Masters, and also allowing himself to be very much the winner of the Scottish Open before very much establishing himself in the top 16 of the world players based on the 2-year list. Because he's going to be, once again, out of the Elias Lesser and the likes like that, they're going to be disappointed with the ranking points disappearing away from them that you can't do anything about. Yize once again trying to separate those reds away from each other, at the same time getting that cue ball to be running towards the bulk line. And now he's going to be right at the top end of the D here. So trying to go for the reds into the left corner. Can we reel off 4 frames like Murphy did? Well, the thing about Murphy, it felt like he was actually against a struggling John Higgins, who seemed like finally he managed to run out of steam out there, because he had that lead of 15 frames to 13, whilst taking good opportunities out of Murphy's mistakes. But, when there were a couple of mistakes in the 31st frame, it probably felt like the worst signs for Higgins to take it. But, a couple of badly missed blacks there. We've seen a black to be missed into the right corner, which proved to be probably the last competitive shot that John Higgins has played in that match, in relation to, he's had a good chance in the next frame, of course, but what I'm saying is, the one that he probably was very much in the position of a favourite out there. Wakeland for me. Out of the four of them, I would probably go for... I mean, it's different, isn't it? Because you've got Chipchai that has managed to win a tournament beforehand. I still feel like I'm missing someone from this season. I don't know why. Who has been a breakthrough player on the season as well? Salgadon, no. Gary Wilson, no. It's not what I'm thinking about. Chipchai I mentioned. Luca, no. Ryan Day, no. No, I don't know. Maybe it's just down to it. Let's have a look. There's a problem in the crowd. Don't really understand what's that all about. I don't really understand why we're getting interaction in the 27th frame there between the referee and the crowd. I don't understand why we're seeing the funny side of it. I mean, if the mobile phone is ringing during the frame, arguably to me, you should get kicked out of the frame. You know, I'm not saying that you should get kicked out for the entire match there, but it's not a nice thing to be doing there. So let's see if what Mark Allen's now having a look with the referee. I mean, once again, I'm not sure why he's showing that red to the referee. Is that the one that he's aiming for? But he doesn't really need to declare a red. I mean, is that just to keep an eye on the pink? That was the case, and, well, he's trying to take that red pretty thick. At the same time, he's managing to get the cue ball to be sorted out nicely, so it's a nice shot there by Allen. And in the end, yeah, Wakeland is a good shout, but once again, Chris has probably had the better season out of the four of them, but does he stand out as a breakthrough player? You know, I suppose the underdog story, the whole point about it, because, you know, we haven't really seen anything like that from Jack, showing the ref the ball, he's playing serve miss. No, I understand that, but it's, you know, that's, I don't really understand why he needs to be showing him the red, which he's playing for. He just needs to say, keep an eye on the paint for me, because I'm going to try and go for that red, you know, and I don't really understand why he had to go all the way. Showing ref the ball, he's playing, so if missed, put back. Oh, sorry, I understand what you mean there. I understand what you mean, so that he can see exact part of that red, so that when he gets put back, he should see exact part of that red again. Yeah, apologies, that was low IQ from me. Yeah, completely, because I didn't get that on first. I was like, why are you showing him the red? And then he was like, well, I'm trying to get through to that red, so if I miss it, then make sure that it gets respotted or I can see it again. So yeah, schooled me there. And anyway, that was a couple of shots ago. Now we have already traded a couple of safeties there. We could win 4 in a row or win 3 in a row and then lose 3. Yeah, it's a good point, Matt. And so far, this has been the way for him to be going for, because, you know, it's exactly what's happened in the previous couple of sessions and frames, because we've seen that 6-2 of a gap to disappear, and he's managed to win 4 on the bounce, then he's managed to lose 5 on the bounce. So it does seem like, you know, as much as he is very much one of those flair players there, Yize, he probably doesn't come across as a great flair player now. But, yeah, ultimately still looking to try and make it down to the bottom part of those reds. I mean, is he trying to take a red away to the corner? Well, it's going to be an interesting shot there to be taking on. Is he trying to play for the pink as well? Oh, he got that red perfectly into the corner, and I tell you what, whether he was playing for the pink or the blue, what a shot that is. The crowd are nearly on their feet, and that one was absolutely brilliant from Yize out there. And what's going on? Well, we got 126. There we go. 13 frames each, 1 point there for Yize, and now can he find himself ahead of this match for the first time in this session? Of course, he was the man that lost the last of those frames in the third session as well, after leading 11 frames to 10. Now can he try and put himself only 3 frames away from glory, or are we going to have another break of 30 points, which, you know, Mark Allen is going to be capable of responding to? So just trying to go for this blue. He's going to be on the wrong side of it, so he's going to have to try and do some damage limitation there. And also the reds are going to be spread out very awkwardly and very weirdly as well. And trying to go around the yellow. It was a very nice exhibition shot, but is he going to be on the reds? Well, it wasn't easy for him to be on one, and I'm not sure if he's going to have one either. Maybe the one into the right middle. He's trying to see all the options there. The left corner is not available. The right corner shouldn't be available either. And now it's a chance to be heading for the red into the right middle, as I say. Well, I mean, surely he's not trying to take the red closest to the black now. I mean, the last thing, well, it's second closest to the black. I suppose that one is not that bad, but it still needs a great precision of a shot to be taken. A little bit front jaw, but he manages to just, it was a fraction of a front jaw that he caught. And still, because of the pace wasn't spectacular on that red, he's now going to ask the referee to clean the white. For the first time, actually, in a while that we've seen that to be done. And yeah, he'll be very much back down to those reds to be taken. So it's a very interesting quiz there for Yize. Look at that long red, by the way. I mean, brilliant. You can't defend against that. And look at how well he's managed to get that cue ball to be obeying the laws of Yize there. He should score that on the snooker table as soon as he's playing. And I feel like for now, he's just trying to get in behind those reds into the corner and into the left middle as well. Seems like he's going to have a chance to try and play. Well, he wanted to be a little bit lower on the table here, you know, because, I mean, yes, he can take the red, no problem, but does the paint go into the left corner? Because if it does, that sorts out the issue. But if it doesn't, he's going to have to try and play for the blue, which he has done. Wants to be topside, and he is going to be, well, very straight, he would seem, which doesn't really do him a lot of good. Yeah, he's just about got the angle, you can see with a different camera here, but I mean, is he going to be tempted to just try and hit a hope into the bunch? There is going to be a red that goes right next to the black into the left corner, but you feel like there's going to be very much an awful lot of distance for you to try and get to that red. Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's going to be way too many reds and also way too much of a distance in between that cue ball and the target point. So, top spin on the cue ball, try and take that blue away and make sure it's 1, 2 side cushions. Is he going to be close? It's not going to be close enough, I would seem. Yeah, he can't be playing a shot like that. As much as he's an attacking player, well, he needs to take a step backwards here. He can't be playing a shot like that. Especially in the 27th frame. Well, he's just doing the same thing again. Even if he pots it, it's the wrong shot for you to play. But he does look like he is going to pot that red. Incredible stuff there from Yize because, well, the head was shouting, don't do it. But the heart was saying, I'm Yize, I can do what I want. And he's done that again. So what's he trying to do here on the blue, on the green, or the yellow even to be taken towards the top part of the table? So now looking at the blue, you can try and take that cue ball to be taken towards the left side of the table. Try and play it into the pack of those 3 reds. Make sure he's going to have the black. Ooh, I mean, he's taking it the long way round, but that's very much aimed at trying to make a split to those reds. This is what I mean. That reckless approach doesn't really get you too far out there, and he always seems to kick in every single time. He's going to be level on frames and trying to be edging his nose ahead there. Just like a football game, the one team that plays better doesn't necessarily be the ultimate winner. Yeah, that's true, but you also seem to have the odds to be very much in your favour. And the similarities in between the football game and this is that you have your chances, whether you create them or not, but you do have your chances at a different stage there. And the team that makes the most out of their chances and then defends the opposition better is usually going to be winning. Of course, it depends on the quality of the players. And if you're going to have Liverpool against Man City, then it will be down to which team performs better. But if it's going to be down to Blackburn Rovers against Real Madrid, then you know who the favourite is going to be. But anything can happen in the world of snooker and football here. So Yize, well, I mean, I tell you what, he's now going to have to try and go for a safety shot once again. And it's same old story there for Yize. This time around, it's only going to be 22 points. Although he's managed to take 32 points away from the table at the same time. So now he will be down to 11 more reds for us to be seeing. And what can Mark Allen do here? Ideally, what he wants to do is roll, well, I mean, he's going to try and roll the cue ball in towards those reds. Which, I mean, what is he doing here then? It doesn't seem like he's trying to play the shot with too little power. No, he's trying to take into the black. Which is not a bad effort, to be fair, because as long as he gets the green to be covering the right side of the table, which looks close. It's not quite managed to achieve that result, though. So it's still going to leave a bit of a narrow gap there for Yize to be taking on. Allen don't do that. And, yeah, just trying to go for probably a red into the right side cushion there. for the cue ball. And play this one with a little bit of topspin as well. Make sure he's going to have a chance of playing that one with real power. And he's got a red to be close to the corner. He doesn't want it to stay there though. And he will very much stay over the left corner. Same old story out there. He doesn't finish the first chance. He's very unlikely to get the second chance straight away. So that would require a mistake from Mark Allen to be taken. And for now, it seemed like there was a mistake from Yize's point of view. And now, very much down to, of course, try and still get this red into the corner. And then look out for the position. Let's see the pace that he's going to try and play the cue ball for. I felt like he's going to try and go for full power. Oh, that was certainly full power, but that was not full accuracy. Now, the red is going to be coming, the cue ball is going to be coming towards those reds. Is he going to be close enough towards them, though? Seemed like he's not really going to leave anything away for Yize. Oh, let's not do all that. Well, he hasn't really left anything. So you felt like he's just managed to get away with that particular mistake. And Yize is going to have to try and separate those reds away. And very much closer towards the side rail. Just having a look once again to see on what's going to be happening at the other part of the table. But what can you do here is the question. Because if it comes down to, just trying to take a plant away into the corner, I wouldn't be surprised if he genuinely takes this one seriously. He's trying to take a plant, and I genuinely felt like the reason why he was studying that position, well, he's not going to be on the colour, so there's not reason to be excited. But yeah, I genuinely thought the reason why he was studying that plant so well is that he was trying to go for it into the corner, and well, unfortunately, he's now going to have to try and roll the cue ball in towards the green. Don't do it, Barry Hawkins. Don't do it, Barry Hawkins. He hasn't done it, Barry Hawkins. He's done it. Wow, that's brutal, that. That's way too much power. I understand not doing it, Barry Hawkins, but that was Stephen Maguire, short of power. And, yeah, the green is nearly gone towards the blue ball spot there. But I suppose it's better to do it like this than to, foul and a miss. And very much back down to your opponent. So, Mark Allen, the line suggests that he has to go a shot off the right side rail. He thinks otherwise. I actually thought you could see the red on the right side of it and play that one really thin. Yes, if he plays that thick, then there's always going to be a chance of leaving out the cue ball to be dropping into the corner. But at the same time, for now, it seemed like Yize is not going to have anything either because Allen's played that shot well. One side cushion recovery, and he will be back down to Yize to try and take this one away. Very much down to him to be the man trying to put all the pressure onto his opponent here. So having a look at those reds that he has got available for him. He doesn't really have anything of attacking display to try and go for. So just trying to, think about the safety, which sometimes his brain is not really going to be in that mode. So what's he trying to do here then? Is he playing for the closer reds, or is he trying to just push one of those that are already quite far away from the cue ball, even further away towards the corner? Well, it seems like he's done that a little bit too well. And now there is going to be a room there for Ireland to try and get around those reds and play one into the right corner. A mistake that from Yize. Well, for now, he's not having the extra ingredient luck. Well, that's true. But as they say in snooker, you write your own luck. And there wasn't a lot of luck about that shot. There was purely not good enough there of a safety from Yize. And now Mark Allen is going to be back to a very familiar position ever since there has been 8 frames each. 10 frames each, 11 frames each, 12 frames each, 13 frames each. He seems to have been finding himself to be the man trying to get in front every single time there. And he's been very successful at doing that ever since the starting point of this particular session. He's done that 3 times already. And now looking to try and make it 4 in the recent times. Because it's going to be a lot more than that in the entire match. With him still getting that 7-6 of a lead. And now having a look at the situation with the blue and the yellow. It seemed like the yellow is going to be an easier pot there, obviously. With a straight line of a shot, trying to take it with topspin. And get that cue ball to be heading towards the right corner. Past the ping and trying to take that red away. So 2 cushions escape. Is he going to be close enough? He should be. So now, back to you, Mark Allen, and an opportunity to try and make plenty of things right there for himself. 20 points is the lead here for Yize. So now just having a look at those reds to be taken into the left corner. What can he try and achieve here? Taking that red into the right part of the table. Is it going to mean anything if he tries to bring the black into the open play as well? because for now, it just seems like he's going to be putting that cue ball to be very much for the black. But to be fair, I mean, the black spot is available. So as long as it's not going to be too straight on the black here, you can still try and force that cue ball to be heading towards the right side rail. And make sure you'll very much come down to a decent opportunity to be taking a cue ball like that. As he runs it towards the two reds. Oh, is he going to block himself off there? He's managed to avoid both of them, and he's actually played a really nice shot there. If he's able to get through to the red closest to the corner, and he can just about do that. So then 12 points. He's going to be the lead, but it's a lead which will very quickly disappear if Mark Allen is going to stay at the table, which he's about to do right now. Taking that narrow of a shot into the corner, and now making sure he's still going to be nicely positioned on the block. So he's got one red, probably out of all the ones that he has got ahead of him, which could cause him a little bit of an issue, but I'm not sure if he's actually going to need that one, because he's only going to be 4 points behind now, and he's got 6 more reds to be taken, so that's going to be an equivalent of 48 points, so he's not really going to need that red away. So it's all going to come down to taking 6 of those reds away, making sure he's going to try and take them with high-value colours, and then at that stage, he'll be very much down to Mark Cullen to try and take this one away. Now then, just try and play the red into the right corner. Make sure he's going to be able to stick that cue for the black again. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to do that. He's played a nice shot through the gap of those reds to be on the pink. And once again, the previous shot there from Yize, where he just pushed the red a little bit too close towards the side rail and didn't get that cue ball to be covered by the green or covered by being onto the ball cushion either. So for now, Alan just got that cue ball to be running off the left side, getting himself 3 points of a lead, and now just having a look at the reds to be taken into the left part of the table here as well. Been a long time since the Northern Ireland player in the World Final. Yes, I'm pretty sure he was down, because Rob Walker was announcing that, because I didn't know actually that Dennis Taylor was from Northern Ireland. I would be honest to say I thought he was from England. So Dennis Taylor, and who else are you going to be able? John Johnson? Is that the case? You mentioned another name out there. I can't remember who he was. I know it wasn't Cliff Thorburn. I'm not that bad. Ken Doherty's from Ireland. John Higgins. Robertson. Who else have we had in the final that wasn't really that, that fortunate to be featuring in plenty of those? So is he going to be John Johnson? I've got no clue. Certainly he's not going to be in my era. By the way, Alan, it doesn't seem like he's very comfortable with taking those shots away. Alex Higgins, of course, sorry. Alex Higgins. Absolutely the legend. He's still not in my era, but I should have known that, to be fair, because I did actually know that he was from Northern Ireland. And yeah, plenty of finals, plenty of wins there for Higgins as well. And now getting himself through to the 82 and 72. Yeah, it's incredible, to be fair, that he's basically managed to do it Mark Selby, Mark Selby, I should say, managed to do Alex Higgins there, despite him winning twice as many titles. But the fact that he's managed to win his first one in 2014 against Ronnie, and then he won one in he's won 16 and 17, but then he managed to win a title 10 years later as well. That's something that Hendry never done, something that, someone like Steve Davis never done, and something that Ronnie, was struggling to be doing there, because he's had a one in 2001, 2004, 2008, and then he had a bit of a 4-year gap to 2012, but it was down to Higgins, Robertson, and who won in 2000? Higgins again, that we were winning it. Oh, he needed a good kiss on the reds, just trying to get that one closer to the corner, and he's done that just about fine. And once again, you could see in the background, Yize was expecting to come back to the table, but Mark Cullen was not expecting that here. Now he's ahead by 26 points, so he's not going to need that last red, as I said. And he's only going to have to try and roll that red into the left corner now, off the black, and then that will put him more than enough points clear. Dennis Taylor, 1985, How's Your Luck is Irish. Ken Doherty, 1997. Yeah, but as I say, that's different to being from Northern Ireland. 34 points of a lead, and, well, he's going to be very straight on this rate. Shows a little bit of frustration there, Alan. He's not going to be happy with leaving a chance away of, going for the black. He can get the red in, shouldn't be any problem, but at the same time, is he going to have a chance to try and get that cue ball to be on the black? Oh, he's missed the red. How do you miss the red like that? And how do you put both of them to be safe? That is massive luck there from Alan, but at the same time, how did he blow that one away? Wow, I mean, it's fine to try and get that cue ball to be running for the black, but whatever you do, make sure you don't miss the red. And now can Yize cut this one into the corner? He can't. His red is going to stay, and that's going to be down to impatience. You have to be punishing your opponents for your mistakes, and he hasn't done that again. You know, you could say that was inexperience. You could say that was down to, you know, trying to finish it off here. But whatever it is going to be down to, it will be very much Mark Allen to get another frame on the board. And he could try and, you know, just carefully roll that red in towards the corner pocket, still be on the black. And now he will be 35 points clear, whilst 35 on the table. Wrong shot work, exactly. You know, even though the intention was right, the intention was wrong. Even if the intention is wrong and the execution is right, then you could get away with that one, but the execution was wrong as well. And you are going to have to pay the price for that. You know, he could have easily stolen that frame away, because if doesn't exist, but still, you know, certainly was an opportunity to be taking that red away. Whether he felt like that was going to be taken, I felt like that was taken a little bit too quickly there. So a corner taken quickly, and well, now he's going to have to, as I say, pay the price for losing a frame out to Mark Allen. And once again, the good old story of the man from Northern Ireland edging his nose ahead is going to continue. The yellow will stay out, but it doesn't matter, because the break of 16 points will put Allen only 3 frames away from making it all the way towards the final and making it an all-British showdown for the crown of the Crucible. Have a frame big now. Well, I tell you what, any frame for Yize is going to be huge right now, but especially the one that he doesn't win, you know, is going to be even bigger and ultimately even more important for him as well, because he still finds himself to be in a position of trying to go for those, you know, risky pots there without realizing that it's down to the end game stage, and you can't really be doing that when you're going to be so close towards the finish line, especially if your opponent still has the upper hand on you and you know, still allowing him to be coming back with those chances. So 14 frames for Allen, 13 frames for Yize. It is going to be a showdown of 3 more frames for Mark and 4 more frames for Wu there that he's going to be looking for. And still a potential chance of, as I say, 6 more frames to be seen, because that's 27 have been played and 33 is the maximum. I still probably feel like this doesn't really hit me as one of those, you know, decider matches, although it never hit you until it actually happens in the case. Allen, given his high stages in the World Snooker, especially a few years ago when in peak form, still haven't won a world title. It was quite amazing. Yeah, but, well, he's got some massive challenges here ahead of himself. Yeah, he was the world number 1, but of course that was down to, you know, him being very consistently in the finals and the semi-finals, and then you had the likes of Ronnie and Judd to lose plenty of ranking points at that stage. If Allen wins, then Rory will be in the audience. Ipswich will be Premier League for 4 seasons and relegated by May. And Ipswich haven't been in the Premier League for 4 seasons. No way. They've been in there for 2 seasons, I would say, most. And they haven't even been there. Well, that's a random comment there, because Ipswich, I mean, you're talking about it's going to be very much in the next season. But, I mean, what's that got to do with Mark Cullen out there? Because Ipswich have not even been to the Prem this season, and they're only trying to make their way back towards, you know, the likes of Coventry, and trying to get it back to the Premier Division. And, well, listen, it will be very, very interesting to be watching this one, because once again, there is a chance for, you know, Yize to be taking a red away, but he didn't fancy his chance now. Well, it could have easily been 3 on the bounce, but he decided that this was not the time to be heading for a risky shot like that, and well, probably a sign of what's to come in late part of this match. Now, Allen is only going to be 1 frame away from managing to level his best record there in the semi-finals against Mark Selby, and trying to get himself through to that number 16, which of course is going to mean a lot there. But ultimately will be down to that 17, which will be very much a lucky number for him. It's going to be 16 or 100%. Well, you're going to have to wait and see. As I say, it'll be very much early in the morning if that's to be the case. With the way, this is going to be a little bit dangerous. And it's going to be a lot dangerous now. Well, whenever Yize seems to play a shot which, you know, he felt like there is going to be an ingredient that can go wrong, it always seems to go wrong for him. And that's exactly what happened now. Trying to take the red down the table, pushed another couple of reds in its way, and now, after bouncing off the right side cushion, he has left this red available for Mark Allen. I mean, it depends if Allen wants to try and take this one on there, which he's clearly said no to. So play, trying to get to the left-hand side of those reds. And yeah, he's played that shot pretty well, as long as he doesn't catch the pink, which he won't. So once again, he's going to be a roll up there from Yize to try and get those ones away from the cue ball. Seems like he's managed to jam that one towards the red, so will be touching ball, and ultimately there will be a chance for Mark Allen to try and play this one away. So there is a tiny stop gap, so it's not quite going to be a touching ball. So he won't be able to play. So yeah, Allen's not going to be a fan of him, so he's going to try and look at it. Let's see. Well, it doesn't seem like he can see anything out there. Well, he's just asking if he's sure about it. I'm pretty sure the referee's... Okay, so Allen's not going to argue with that one too much. So the referee confirmed it, and he will be very much trying to play a contact into those reds. So just a careful shot into those reds. And now let's see if there's going to be a gap here. No, that's a foul. I mean, he calls a foul now. Apparently he says there's a double hit there, which I don't really see a double hit on the replay, but okay, foul. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not probably going to be worth to be losing your sleep over, because now it's, once again, it was still going to be stuck in a position of trying to get that cue ball away from those reds, and 4 points here with 147 still at the table. Feel like it's not really going to be able to win you the match. So now Wu's just having a look to see if, of course, he's got the touching ball now. So he's going to try and play with his long bridge, trying to get over those reds and just send that cue ball away from the pack of those reds and make sure he's going to be able to cover that dangerous red, which, I mean, it seems like it's going to be close, but at the same time, it seems like he's managed to cover up with the blue. So it'll be very much down to a shot on the red to be taken into the corner. Will not take any chance at crucial times to cost him dearly. Well, for now he hasn't, but I feel like if he is to go 2 frames back, then it will be a very different story for him to try and win 3 on the bounce there, because that's all he'll take for him. And for now he's still right in the mix, but of course being a single frame down at this stage and being 2 frames down is going to be very much a different story out there. And well, Allen just seemed like he's going to have to go for rolling up to those reds. So well, I don't like where this is going, by the way. Yay, absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. We're not going to have any more of that. They clearly learned their lesson. The producers were in his ears, and they were saying, we're going to have a re-rack, and the show is going to be very much suspended. So it's now going to be back to 0 points each, and 28 frame is about to get restarted, going nowhere, absolutely. And hopefully, yeah, that was actually a reasonable point out there. Watching TV's BBC2 and ITV4 for the football. What's happening on the football right now? Or is that where Ipswich are playing? Is that what you're saying out there? Hour and a half nearly that one. Oh, yeah, exactly, Kevin. Exactly. Just don't. That's going to be a trauma for the rest of the year, man. Honestly, even though the season is about to be over, but still, that was going to be trauma until. I mean, I genuinely remember watching the Young Mintel against Mark Selby, and I was like, I'm so happy I didn't have to be watching all of it, because the thing about watching that on YouTube is that you can always just fast forward it towards the point that you want to see, and yeah, exactly. Like now it's going to be all down to a good opportunity for Mark Allen to spread those reds away with a cue ball and get it back up the table. But once again, we've seen an opportunity refused by Yize previously. Is he going to refuse this one though? Because it's a little bit more interesting here. And is he going to try and make 3 reds out of 3? Well, he's got 2 options. He can try and put this red safe, or he can try and roll this one into the corner. We already have 2 exactly identical shots. We're now going to have 3 identical shots there. Wow. 3 identical break-off shots there from Yize. I mean, Mark Allen, what are you doing there? Surely you have to change something, because that's not going to get you anywhere. I mean, that is absolutely hilarious in what we're seeing out there. 3 exactly same lines where he takes that. Oh, I mean, he's missed the black. I mean, forget about the funny side of it. And remember the funny side of it, because he's managed to somehow be nowhere on the reds. I mean, that's reckless, that is. He should not have missed the black there. And I felt like there was a double kiss from black as well. We'll put the black first. Well, tell you what, that wasn't the case. And let's see if Mark Allen is able to get through to a red into the left middle. It seems like the answer is going to have to be negative. And just trying to roll that cube to the top edge of the table here. Make sure he's not going to have any more reds towards the left corner pocket. And he wants to avoid the contact on the blue. He hasn't done that. Now he needs a cover on the green. Is he going to get that cover on the green? Well, I'm not sure about it. It might be a chance there for Yize to try and back screw the red into the right corner. But I tell you what, he needs to be careful now. The fact that he missed the black clearly shows me that his game is not going to be at the highest level. It's difficult for you to be taking shots like that. Is he going to be able to make it in? Well, brilliant. And now he will be very much down to Yize to try and recover with the previous mistake. And that's the shot to play like that. Brilliant. Now on the blue. Can't miss this one. Back for the reds. And try and make this a game on once again. We would have pot there. Great chance now for Yize once again. Even though the reds are going to be limited in his favour. But his ability to try and get into the packs, especially when it's going to be even frames, where it seems to have gone the way of all the even frames to be won by Yize and all the odd ones to be won by Mark Allen there. I mean, you can see 10-all, then Yize wins no, that was a bad example. Yeah, so 11-all, then we got Mark Allen to go 12-11 in front, so 23rd frame, 24th Yize, 25th Mark Allen, 26th Yize, 27th Mark Allen, 28th. Right now, potentially Yize to do it again. Have to break the cycle at some stage, otherwise Mark Allen's going to be pretty happy with it, trying to get this one over the finish line. You know, whether it's going to be just a single frame advantage doesn't really matter. As soon as it's going to be, oh, I mean, that's a poor shot on the blue. Yeah, I feel like this is going to start to slip away from him, you know. He's not playing anything like what we've seen of him in the entirety of the season. This may be down to inexperience. He may be running out of steam here, you know. And inevitably, when you do that, especially if you're going to be a young, prospering, energetic Chinese player, you're probably going to have to feel like you need to go for those shots. He's played a decent safety, but he's still going to get some snooker on Mark Allen. And ultimately, even though he's managed to limit his safety play, it's still not going to be good enough. And there's going to be 13 reds at the table here to try and overturn that 7 points of a lead. So Mark now just having looked for the red to be taken onto the right side rail. Play that shot with plenty of power. Just make sure. Oh, I mean, he nearly tried to pot that one. I should say he tried to pot that one, nearly potted it. Has he left the reds to be taken into the corner? No, he hasn't. He's just gone way too close towards the blue. It's a decent effort that from Allen, from how far the red was. Seems like he's managed to take that one perfectly alongside the cushion without getting any further away or any closer towards the target. So once again, back to Mark Allen. Murphy's for me, the ultimate winner. Allen is hot and cold. Yize full of nerves. Yeah, sure, exactly. Murphy just seemed like he's been here before. You know, he's going to have the inexperienced opponent against him. He's never been to a final before. Surely he would back Murphy to get himself over that finish line. So now Mark Allen just having a look in relation to those reds to be taken to the left part of the table. Play that shot with plenty of power and make sure he catches this one very thin so that he doesn't have that red to be heading all the way towards the dangerous area. And he's done that well. He got a bit of a fortunate kiss of the yellow, but he was always playing that cue ball to be heading into that zone. So it seemed like he's going to get the cover on the green. And ultimately, it will come down to a decent opportunity here to try and take those reds away. Make sure you'll be down to the yellow to be cannoned slightly further away from the cue ball here. And ultimately, it'll be down to a great opportunity here to try and play those reds in a way that, of course, he wouldn't leave a chance for his opponent, which is not easy. probably exploiting the left side cushion is going to be the best thing here, because he's going to have quite a big area underneath the highest of those reds on the left, on the top left of the pink. So it seems to be the area that he's played for. Don't really like the pace and don't really like the line. And, well, the fact that the pace in the end was just about able to recover the line there in relation to, he hits that one harder, he leaves the red into the corner, into the left part of the table. But now it seems like it's not going to be any more than just a safety shot advantage there for Mark Allen. First time there, so just play your game. Now just trying to go for the reds into the right corner and make sure there will be a decent opportunity for that cue ball to be taken into towards the bowl colours here again. So play this shot with plenty of topspin and plenty of backspin, I should say, on the cue ball. Make sure you're going to be missing the black as you bounce off the right side cushion. And well, you nearly played that with a double extend. So you still managed to get the cue ball to be very much heading towards the yellow and green. And now got the reds to be available only on the right hand side of the table here for Yize. So it may be a tactical thing here once again by Allen, where he feels like Yize's not playing well, so he may as well try and go for a chance of trying to get those ones to be positioned quite badly in relation to just trying to force Yize into a mistake. And this moment has come for him, although it's difficult to say if he's left anything here. And it's probably easy to say that he hasn't left anything here in relation to the right corner. Not too sure about the left part of the table, but it does seem like you'd be very much down to a struggling point there for Allen to try and find any sort of positivity here in trying to go for those reds into the left corner. And, well, still looking for the red to be taken maybe along the left side cushion. Try and play that cue ball towards brown, green and blue here. But once again, this is starting to get to a point where, and you know, there was anticipation to it. 2 hours in, 5 frames played, and there's not really going to be a whole much space there for the 6th one to be over and done with, because there's still going to be so many reds to try and play. And ultimately, as I say, if this frame, you know, is to go in favour of Yize, still going to have to see 3 more frames of the action at least, and it could come down to 5 more to be the maximum on this one. So then trying to go for the red into the left corner there, it would seem. He needs to try and cue this one well so he doesn't leave the red to be over the pocket, which is unlikely anyway because of how much power there is going to be on the shot. But has he managed to put that red safe? Tell you what, he's just about managed to do that. And now it will be down to Yize to try and have a look for his own opportunity here, to try and take it down to Mark Allen to be punished for the previous mistake that he's had. But for now, it still seems like he's going to have to just try and put himself right back in the mix of a safety. And making sure that he's not going to hit that red too thick on the edge. Played that one pretty well. And, well, to be fair, he has managed to get a decent position on the cue ball. So now we'll be down to a couple of reds to be taken on the left side. And if you're going to be able to get past the red to be taken onto the left side cushion, then probably be down to an interesting situation here to be taking on. But now just having a look, trying to get the cue ball to be behind the yellow and green here, which once again, probably trying to do that off the right side of the table, but it's not going to be an easy thing to do because you need to justify the contact point in between those 2 reds for the cue ball to bounce next to the black ball cushion. Has he done that? Oh, it was way too close and he's got way too much power on the cue ball. It's going to be coming down the table, but is he going to come down behind the brown? He will. So ultimately, Yize doesn't have any more of the advantage than he had previously, but he has had, you know, a bit more of problems before that. This time around, he should have a red to be taken onto the left side. Just try and play that into the center of the table. And very much make this one to be coming towards those reds onto the main pack here. So top spin, once again, will certainly help the case of trying to bring that cue ball to be heading to the top side of the table. Make sure he's not going to be even close to those reds and pinks. And now, well, is it going to be exactly the same thing that cost him in the previous frame? Well, he does seem like it. He does seem such an absolute deja vu there because of how close the cue ball is going to be to the position that he was. And the reds, it seemed like it's going to be a little bit more difficult, a little bit further away from the pocket, but at the same time, it was very much down to, you know, a red to be taken into the right part of the table here. There is going to be, you know, a point of trying to get that cue ball to pass all those reds. The problem for Alan is that, of course, if having a look at it, he probably can't get through to that red on the left side cushion. Even if he can, he needs to make sure he avoids the double kiss, which I'm pretty sure he won't be able to do because of how close that red is going to be towards the side cushion. So there's always going to be an option of trying to roll the cue ball towards those reds, or trying to go for the red into the corner. And he's gone for option number 1.5 there, it would seem. But he's played that with a bit of a bizarre way. So I'm not sure if he's managed to actually get all those reds to be getting in the way of each other. But the line on the reds further away from the red here may actually be suggesting that he can go for it. Whether he will be able to do that or not. What will finish first is snooker or match of the day. Depends on when the match of the day finishes, because this ain't going to finish anytime soon. We've got an hour, probably another 2 hours at least in this one. So midnight, here we come. Trying to take this red away into the left part of the table and make sure he's going to get that cue ball to be rolling in behind the brown. It's a decent line. His pace is not really justified, as he's going to run out of traction there, and ultimately he will be down to same old story there for Mark Cullen, because last pot time now, already 8.5 minutes, and still doesn't seem like we're going to be getting too close in relation to having so many of those reds to be pushed towards the corner pocket. And if anything, another one is about to go onto the side cushion here. So who's going to lose the patience first? I feel like we know the answer to that one. But who will actually have the first chance presented to them? There could be a red there to be taken into the corner by Yize if he tries to find it into the space of those reds to be taken. And he's managed to find a space. Well, there's your answer. There's the first player to get a chance. Surely now, Yize needs to make sure this chance is the one that he takes away and doesn't leave another opportunity away for Mark Cullen here as well. Trying to go for a shot on the brown here. Take that cue ball to be taken in towards the ball cushion here. And a massive bounce of the white towards those reds, hopefully on the right hand side, unless he's trying to play for the red into the right middle. It's a nice line. Just needs to have a little bit more pace, and it's a really good shot there from Yize. John Higgins and Ronnie O'Sullivan polished of 25 frames under 8 hours. Well, don't make me feel even worse than I already am. Let's have a little bit of excitement here, because Yize is back to the table. He's got a chance to try and score some big points here on the board and get himself through one step closer towards making it very much a level playing field again and make it down to a race to 3 frames out there. So best of 5 Championship League format. Mark Selby managed to win this one earlier, beating Yize, by the way, in the final of this season. Now is he going to be able to have the chance to take the brown away into the green pocket? Plenty of power and plenty of accuracy as well at the end. I'm not sure which red he was playing for, but he's still going to be just about lined up for the red into the right middle. But it seemed like the body language suggested he's not going to be entirely happy with the angle, which of course is going to compromise him on the next colour shot selection. So it does seem like the one, slightly to the left of the paint, but the lowest of the 3 of them is probably going to go towards the left corner. Yeah, he's not thinking about that one too much, so he's going for the one which will probably give him the better chance of making the pot in, but at the same time, can he be actually getting the pot in and also being on the colour? Well, the answer is yes to the first one, and it may not be no to the second one either, because he's still got a shot of the pink. Yes, it's into the yellow pocket, but, it's probably quite close. The line is not too bad, and I'd say he's got a 7 or an 8 out of 10 of making this one in, which is not too bad for the position that he finds himself in. And of course, if he gets that pink to be, stay at the top end of the table, doesn't really leave Mark Cullen anything available here with those reds. In terms of those colours, yeah, I would fancy him to get this one in. Although, famous last words, and he's just, well, that wasn't comfortable, but at the same time, he was able to get that pink in, and now able to continue the break here of 24 points and counting. And still, now that he's got the pink to be available, to be heading into the left middle, right middle, and the right corner, he's got 3 out of the 4 main pockets to be available, and ultimately just down to a couple of shots here to be taken on those reds. Going to be very interesting to see, and the way that he tries to play this shot here. Maybe going for the backspin, but he's starting to feel the heavy burden of keeping the 5-star flag flying. Well, Not sure it's down to this. I just feel like he's not playing well, and he's trying to keep himself, dig himself in the zone where he hasn't really done beforehand. He clearly has changed something in his approach, because we haven't seen him trying to engage in so many safety battles. We haven't seen him to be having so many lengthy frames out there as well. And at the same time, we'll come down to be taken on the pink here. We need to take this time and stop making rush decisions. Yeah, that's what he's trying to do here, but whether he's going to be able to break the rhythm, we'll have to wait and see. For now, still got a couple of difficult shots to play, and well, I feel like he got himself into a bit of a bad position here, because even though he's got a red to the right corner, can't really see a way for him to be getting on the colour here. We slowed up too much. Yeah, I feel like this is what he's doing here. I mean, the shot that he just played for the red is quite a bad one. Once again, we're down to that deadly number of 31. Seems to be haunting him there. But even if he gets to 32, I mean, to be fair, if he does get to 32, 32 points of a lead with 91 at the table will be quite a healthy lead at this position. But it's not really what Yize is all about, though. And if you're going to try and make it down to Mark Cullen of a level, then you're going to have to be very much the best of that game. And I'm not sure if he's going to be capable of doing that. So, is he committed to playing a safety shot? Or is he going to try and take this red along the black ball cushion? Well, it's a recipe for disaster. We've seen this before with 31 points. He needs this red to go in, and he has got in as well. Well, that was brave. That was brilliant. Good recovery shot there. And now managing to be on the pink nicely into the corner. Every single red will count at this stage. Needs to take this frame, absolutely. Massively needs it, but at the same time, he's about to get himself into an easy part of the task. And yes, he managed to get himself through to those reds, to the right corner. They're not going to be getting in the way of each other. Yes, all of them go into the right corner only, but at the same time, he's going to have 3 more reds that are going to be a little bit more flexible than this. And ultimately, he's going to be right next to the pink here as well. So, he's getting some aces here, which he's finding. Let's see if he's going to have any more 3s and 4s though left that he needs to try and get rid of. For now, his game doesn't seem to be too bad at this particular level, but once again, it comes back down to he's brilliant and he's clinical when it comes down to trying to level the frame in this session, and that has been the story of those 7.5 frames. 11, well, I should say 6.5 frames, because we're going to have a chance of taking the pink away, getting himself 52 points of a gap. Got to read the table for your next shot. Yeah, but that's what he's doing. Trying to get himself through to a line of taking the red away into the left corner. And just making sure he's going to have a chance of playing that cue ball away on the left side. Well, he may have to go for a rest shot now, because it seems like he's only going to have 2 reds to choose from. And the one that he's taken into the corner, I mean, it does give him more power and more control in relation to what can he do with the cue ball. But he's still going to have to put plenty of side on that to try and get around the pink. So let's see where the cue ball's going to finish. Oh, he's played that very risky shot there, but he's played that really well in relation to he's tried to hold the cue ball back for the pink without putting any more power on it. And trying to get himself through to a shot into the left middle. Now just making sure he's going to have a chance of trying to take the red into the left corner as well. Now 59 points of a lead. And about to be extended to 60 points here, which will get him over the finish line barring snookers. And once again, it's a really good break of 53 points and counting, and this time around he's managed to dig in deep and he's managed to get himself through that stage of struggling. Now he will be down to GG's frames left. Well, how many of those have we seen already? How many of those have we seen? Every single time he's going to be happening on the even frame, but what happens on the odd frames then? Mark Cullen so far seems like he's going to be enjoying this format, because every single time that Yize is going to be able to read away this one, then certainly taking this one away. During my comment, I have certainly done that. Now I'll be down to a break of 67 points, which, I mean, with 2 more reds being in a very much difficult position there, it will come down to a difficult shot to be taken on the pink, trying to get those 2 reds to be away from each other. And just get himself through to a line for the reds to be taken into the left part of the table. And he's actually leaving himself for a double here. So just trying to get 1 extra point on the black. And make sure that, of course, the double here will take the cue ball into the other red. So if you play this one playing to your power, you may be able to sort them out both with a single shot that you play. So can he try and make it in? And he won't. It was close, and he was going to certainly give himself a raid to pot into the corner, but in the end, he will be a break of 80 points, which is not going to be too bad at all, especially when you look at the position and his state that he was when he came back to the table. Now, he will be 5 more frames to be, well, at most, and 3 more frames to be at least. And big frame, we're looking shaky. Well, I tell you what, he does look shaky, but he was really fine in relation to that particular break. You know, once again, at this stage, every single frame is going to be massive, but something that he has allowed himself for the next frame, he's not going to be 2 frames behind, so he always leaves himself with a little bit of a fraction of an opportunity to try and come back there, because the problem is if he loses this frame, the one that he just won, then he would have been 13-15, and no matter what he does in the next frame, is still going to be just about as bad as what he's done now. So it's very much trying to put your destiny in your own hands there, and so far he's managed to do that pretty well. It's just the problem of actually trying to complete the destiny and make sure you're going to be able to get yourself through to the finish line here. For now, hasn't really managed to get anywhere near, himself to be actually the player knocking on the door of getting over the finish line. And still, is he going to be a decider to be taken here in between the players? Because now he will be a guaranteed of 20, not 29. How many frames then? 28, 29. The math has gone out of the chat. 31. Is it going to be 31? Yeah, 31 is going to be guaranteed. So we're going to have to wait and see if we will be coming back to a potential over 32 as well, because 32 frames is going to be very much 17-15 of a scoreline in favour of either Yize or Mark Allen. But ultimately, are we going to see 32 frames in the first semi-final and then 33 frames in the second semi-final as well? We'll have to find out. 33. I mean, did Yize read my comments allowed to play like that in the final? Well, yeah, but you will be once again down to try and do it now when you find yourself to be back level, trying to find yourself to be in front. It's a bit complicated than that for him, and still going to be very much looking to try and return from a bathroom break first, and then hoping to come back stronger in frame number 29 as well. For now, just having a look to see on what's going to be happening here. The crowd certainly so far are enjoying themselves, and let's have a look. So we've had, what's it now been? 6 frames. 6 frames, and we've played them in 2.5 hours. So not too bad, not too great. 6 out of 11. So it could still be very much down to 5 more frames of a shootout. Now it will be down to Yize to get back to the table and make it very much back down to him. Have the ability to be the one which will be looking ahead there and only needing 2 more frames to try and get over the finish line. One of the players will be certainly join that club. But of course the question is on which one of them is it actually going to be. Now that cue ball is going to keep on running towards the ball cushion, and for once, of course, we've seen that once again, even with the previous attempt, well, Yize wasn't able to, sort of turn down that opportunity of going for the raid into the corner. Mark Allen is going to be very much kept on his toes there in relation to the way that he has to keep on winning those frames. Otherwise, Yize will still find himself to be in a position of trying to go for those long raids, which Allen seems to be very kindly giving him to him every single time out there. So now just try and send the raids on towards the right side cushion here. Current session safety success, 81% from Mark Allen and 80% from Yize, which is not too bad in relation to both of them. Ooh, now it's going to be close with the Brown. Has he played a decent enough safety shot here? I'll tell you what, it's going to be close, but I feel like he's just about going to get the cover from the green to try and force Allen to be taking an alternative route here. Of potentially going for a couple of those reds to be taken. Current session long pot success, 50% for Allen and 85% for Yize, which is incredible when you think about how many of those long reds he's taken and how many has he actually managed to find the target off as well. Current session average shot time, even though Yize has slowed down massively, still going to be 4 seconds on average quicker than Mark Allen, which is a significant amount to be fair, because of course there's going to be 4 seconds on every single shot there on average. So no, now it's going to be a little bit more than that, because Allen is about to be thinking here for pretty much a minute on which shot to play. And it seems like he's made the decision here to try and go for the red from the left-hand side. Or is he going to be... Well, that was a little bit too close in a straight line. But in the end, it seemed like he's able to get away with this one unscathed. And just looking at the reds available into the left and the right middle. He's got the one into the green pocket as well, but I feel like it's not really going to be this point of the match where you have to be taking shots like that, and probably not really that you can afford to be doing that either. So having one more look to see on what's happening to him at the right-hand side of the table, because this is where he's going to be playing those shots for. And yeah, in the end, just careful shot towards the right side rail. Make sure he's going to be able to try and block the red at the top side of the table by the green. And of course, if he hasn't done that, he needed to be a little bit closer to the ball cushion. It still manages to put that one to be relatively safe. And now Mark Allen is going to be looking for an opportunity, because as much as I say, it's down to Allen to try and perform here, because, you know, what if that sequence is broken and Yize does find himself 15-14 ahead? Then it'll be a very different story to what we've seen beforehand, and ultimately just leave himself to be in a position of having to go for those type of shots without, you know, necessarily realizing that could be the one that cost him very dearly here in relation to, you know, the price that he will have to pay, because eventually, of course, either Yize or Mark Allen will be able to break the sequence, unless, of course, that's going to be taken all the way until the end of the 33rd frame. Now looking to try and go for the reds. Well, is he thinking about taking this one on, you know? Well, it seemed like that's the line that he's chosen for the red into the middle. It's going to be close. He's going to be into the pocket as well. And Mark Allen, wow, that's the way for you to try and keep on that sequence going for now. It's only a single point, but it's very rarely you see Mark Allen to be the one getting the first chance in those type of frames, even though this, of course, being the odd one. Now, trying to exploit the most out of it and trying to go for the black into the right corner, played into those reds. And he's going to be on the red here as well. So then 8 points of a lead. Murphy couldn't break the code to neutralise Murphy break, nor I think Warren Allen can. And yeah, but we're going to have to wait and see. As I say, it doesn't come down to just the break-off shot, even though it is an asset for Murphy. But, you know, you're going to have your own break-off shots, which there is going to be a coaching point where you can try and replicate that. Whether it's going to be as effective or not, probably not. But at the same time, who told you that Murphy's break-off is going to be as effective against someone like Sean Murphy? Can't be effective against himself, Mark Allen or Yize there, because they're very different type of players. And the thing about Higgins is that his long potting has been quite weak in general throughout the tournament, I would say. You know, he had some very important shots that he's taken with long reds against Ronnie, against Robertson, but that wasn't really the case against Sean. And now it will be very much down to Mark Allen and Yize, of course, have to get themselves into the final first, and then you can speculate about whether you're going to be able to stop that sequence of break-off shots. For now, one issue at a time, and just being on the brown here towards the left middle is going to very much help on the fact there for Mark Allen. Try and get himself ever closer, and just trying to have a look at the brown to be taken towards the red. Carefully play that one through. A shot on the red to be lined up to the right corner. Make sure he's going to have a chance to stay on those reds for a while, because he's got one more red after this one, which will get him somewhere close to 30 points of the advantage, and still having to go heavily into the bunch here. Doesn't want to be straight on the blue though, and it seems like he's going to be quite straight on this one. So just trying to take it off the left side cushion. Make sure he's going to have plenty of power behind the cue ball as well, and try and roll up to the reds. So power through. Is he going to be good enough? He will be. Close enough to the reds, and exactly where, you know, the broadcasting team have suggested that he should have the cue ball to be placed. So now he's going to have a chance to try and separate the reds away from each other as well. Played that pretty well. Is he going to be on the blue though? Oh, I'll tell you what, you may need to see where the red is finished, because if it's possible into the left middle, then you're going to have to try and go for the shot on the green. I mean, he hasn't got any more of those reds other than the one that he's got over the left middle. So there's not going to be any point in taking the blue on here, apart from if he's going to be confident that he can try and take this one away with the reds still possible into the left middle. It could be 16-0. Allen always in the lead until the last frame. Well, we're going to have to wait and see. For now, it certainly doesn't seem too far away from it. Just looking to try and go for the blue to be taken into the right middle. And he's trying to separate the reds away from each other. Now, is that going to work out? Well, unless he's going to have two reds in the way of each other, that is going to work out really well for him. But is that the case? Has he got those reds to be hampering one another here? That's the big question. He didn't try and take that green away, as I suggested, but he's going to have a chance to try and take the red away into the right middle. And it's still going to be very much in there with a chance to try and get this break to be going here. Now, 32 points of a lead. He's got two more reds available, and as long as he manages to get more and more of those every single time he goes into the bunch, it should be very much consistency here, which gets him over the finish line. Now, current break of 37 points. Still looking at the red to be taken into the left corner as well. And play this one with plenty of batsmen here just to try and take that pace away from the cue ball. And just basically flick it towards that red, making sure you don't sacrifice too much of the angle so that you're not going to be messing around with actually, looking to avoid the target here. So, is he going to try and play for the reds? Or he's trying to take it into the bunch. And I tell you what, it's a smart shot there because he's taking that pace away from the cue ball so that he was always going to be lined up for the red to be taken into the left middle. But at the same time, he was always going to leave himself with a chance to have another couple of those reds to be taken away from the bunch here as well. Can Alan do it with one visit? Well, he can. Alan's going to make his move. The next 3 frames are his. Going to have to wait and see if that's the case here because he needs 3 more frames. But now he's going to go for the reds into the left corner, which he clearly felt like that was the shot for him to go for. And now, having plenty of reds to choose from, as long as he's not going to be too straight on the black, and even if he is, he's got the left side cushion to accelerate the cue ball even further and try and get it towards those reds to be taken into the left middle of the pocket here. That's won this frame, that shot. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I feel like he managed to win this frame in stages, though, because he's managed to get a couple of times into the bunch. It seemed like he was going to be out of position there on numerous occasions as well. And at the same time, still allowing himself always have that extra bit of option available to him. And Yize is going to have to come down to the last couple of frames there, potentially in the match, to try and win it against Mark Allen. But now it does seem like it'll be looking very nicely for Allen to try and get over the finish line. Still not over quite yet. As, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that at all. Well, he's going to have to go for this black. It's awkward. And it's interesting. Is he going to make this one in, first of all, foremost? And also, is he going to be able to be on the red here? And just about rolls that black in nicely. And the fact that he had the pink not to be touched previously allowed him to be able to go through the red into the left corner right now. So once again, important shot there by Allen. And of course, if he gets himself 60 points clear, he's only going to have 67 points remaining there for Yize to try and make a comeback out of this. So that potential shot on the blue. Oh, what's he done here? I mean, nice. It's still all right on the blue. It's just a little bit too much of the angle, which you don't really want, because that could get the cue ball to be bouncing away from those reds and going to the left or the right side. So then a little bit of backspin on the cue ball. Once again, try and take it into those reds. And nope, that's not going to make it. And it will be 65 points of a lead, 67 at the table. Looking for a plant, but in the end realising that he's going to have to try and do it the long way rather than making it quicker. So 65 points of a lead, and just having a look at those 5 reds, they're going to be close to each other, which doesn't actually leave him in so great of a position there in relation to... It's still possible for Yize to come back to the table and try and produce that break of 67 points, especially if he's going to have 5 of those reds to be available. It's difficult for Alan to try and make sure he's going to put a couple of those safe without leaving the other 3 to be available there to play. So this one is going to be very interesting to be watching there because, as I say, the frame is not over and done with. But what can he actually produce out of this shot? Is he going to be able to go for a plant of some sort? Seems like he's just trying to take it carefully into the right side and play that into the yellow. Oh, I didn't mean literally into the yellow. I meant into the zone of the yellow. Well, I'll tell you what. Does Yize have one more shot in him to try and go all in here on this shot and make it down to a red into the left corner? Because it's not really going to be plenty of opportunity here to be trying to play it on the back foot. But at the same time, of course, you have to be confident with taking a shot like that. And, well, The problem is, Alan only needs one more red. He needs that green to be covering the cue ball, and he will be covering the cue ball, but of course, ultimately from the top edge of it, it's making it a little bit awkward for Alan to try and bridge over the green. So, the reds in the right corner probably going to be taken out of the equation in terms of them trying to go for an aggressive shot here. Or can he just about get through the green and go for that red into the corner? He doesn't need the colour, he only needs the red. Can he make it in? He can. Once again, that should be it. That was the chance for Yize, and he's played one safety shot, and that should be it for him. GG's frame, that's certainly going to be very much down to him to be doing that, and 66 points right now of a lead. Once again, just doesn't seem like he was prepared for that. But now just carefully taking the green onto the left middle, play that cue ball to be heading down the table again. And he'll be down to 69 points of a lead to try and take this one away there. You know, he's going to be the decider because for now, I feel like every single time Mark Allen wins a frame like this and finds himself to be very much the leading man, probably comes back to, you know, the good old story there. Even though it is super impressive that you haven't been leading for such a while and you do it right at the moment when it matters, it's also pretty unlikely for that to be the case. And he's just going to try and play this one safe. There's not going to be any point for Yize to try and continue, and he will be very much down to 29 frames in, 15 for Alan, and 14 of those for Yize as well. Massive frame for Wu now. Well, something that we have said beforehand, and it's still going to be an opportunity to try and extend that lead to 2 frames here for Alan, and make sure now he's managed to equal that 15 frames that he had against Mark Selby. Can he try and take this one to be further and further away? For now, you probably still have to say Yize is in there with a chance. Whether he's going to be able to make it past this section of Mark Allen actually being in the zone, where he's going to be a little bit closer towards getting himself over the finish line or not, we're going to have to wait and see. But for now, it is Mark Allen 15, Yize 14 as well. So, it's now 29 frames down and 3 more frames need to be seeing out there, as we have lost a stick. Is that going to be from the advertising board? Or is that going to be someone in the audience that has dropped it? It seems like it is going to be very much from the advertising board there. So it's going to have to be tried to put back out there. It's falling apart now. You know, the haters of the Crucible are going to be watching this saying that, you know, we should have never extended the contract towards 2045. And so Yize, Bolton Albion, down there all the season in League One, and it's still not been relegated. Well, I'll tell you what, Yize has certainly managed to try and keep himself very much in the contention to try and take this match to go the distance. But is he going to be able to try and achieve that now? I'll tell you what, it won't be easy, because Alan, inevitably, the closer this gets, the more he'll realise that he hasn't found himself to be behind for such a long time, and that will only be a boost to his confidence. And, you know, I feel like the chances creation for Yize has been dreadful recently. You know, there's long reds, which as much as it's a brilliant thing there that he's done it 3 times in a row, and he's been able to win those frames every single time there, he still puts himself to be in a position where he needs to do more than that now. And it's a little bit too late for just saying, well, he's done well, he's done well. He needs to do better, and he needs to do pretty much perfect here. He needs to win 3 out of the remaining 4 frames. Otherwise, he will be Mark Allen against Sean Murphy in the final, which, yeah, I'm not sure that's going to be something that I would have anticipated, and I will say it's not something that I would have wanted to see before this tournament started. The likes of Yize, Zhao Watchalong, Bronny O'Sullivan, Neil Robertson, John Higgins, Mark Williams, Mark Selby, Hossein Wafai, the way that he's played against John, Barry Hawkins, Karen Wilson, all the top, Si Jiahui, Fang Jingyi. Yeah, just hoping that he will be very much a good performance here from Yize. Otherwise, he'll find himself in trouble. But look at that. I mean, once again, Alan has switched something else here. And it's another break-off shot. And you can see the audience have clearly got the trick there, because it is going to be down to showdown for the first red there to be taken every single time with great accuracy. And Yize has managed to get himself in with a chance. 86% the long reds have been disappearing for him. 12 out of 14 in the session 4. He's had a very bad percentage in the second session, but had a very bad percentage in everything in that second session as well. where they're going to move the World Championship to Wembley Stadium for 2 weeks low. Will there be a mini break after this? No, there won't be. It's going to be now very much down to the wire. This one will go. No brakes, no tyres. Very much just the finish line there to see. Just trying to go for this red now. Getting himself through to the black ball spot will be a huge relief in itself. But of course, trying to get some points on the board will be even better for Yize. Try and get it down to. We're through now. Seizure, we have Luca Brissel's story. Now, which one of them is going to turn out to be Mark Selby? And which of them will turn out to be Mark Cullen in 23? But of course, it's now going to be different story, different players, different names, and ultimately different stage here as well. And not sure whether that was intentional, but it seemed like it certainly was intentional, because he's not going to be on the red to the corner. And he's probably going to be thinking about a plant to be taken into the left part of the table here. Once again, just making sure he's going to be looking perfectly into the corner pocket. And if he wants to make a minor adjustment on that, then he has to be heading straight into the pocket here as well. Nice shot there, because that'll get him a couple more of those reds to be available. About to go for the black to try and extend his lead to 20 points here. And try and make sure this roller coaster of a match will carry on down to the last 3 frames. It's been best of 7, it's been best of 11, best of 9. Now it's been best of 7, best of 5 now, and we're getting closer and closer towards making it a decider showdown. Yize has got a great opportunity to try and extend his lead to something like 45 points here, and then at that stage he'll be certainly looking to try and make his way into those reds, whilst getting at least some of those points to be on the board, which is important at this stage, because even if you have got Mark Cullen to come back to the table, there is going to be pressure on pretty much every single shot that he plays. And it's going to be very interesting to see the way that he's going to try and handle that pressure. Because, as I say, against Mark Selby, he didn't really have a chance to test himself to that skill, because all he had to do is to find himself back from 16-10 down. So 6 frames that he had to win to try and force a decider. He stopped 1 frame short, and that's a bad shot. Well, is it a bad shot? Yize sort of replicated me out there, because he was about to say, what on earth? And then he realised that he's still going to be on the red towards the left corner. That is going to be huge relief for him, as long as he takes this one away nicely. Still carries that cue ball to be on the black. Avoids a push shot or any chance of it. Hit the like button, folks, and subscribe. Helps coverage. Thanks. Appreciate, Kevin, massively. The support of you and Letitia in the chat. The great moderators out there. It's been a great pleasure for you, for me to be sharing the season with you. And it's been a hell of a fun 9 months ever since that quarter-final of that Wilson against O'Sullivan. Whether you have tuned in since that point or later on, still been a hell of a journey. Oh, is it gone too far there from Yize? He hasn't got a backup option. It seemed like he's going to be very much looking forward to be taking this red into the corner. Now 44 points is the lead. He needs to try and extend it towards the 70 points before he can breathe a little bit more freely. Now it's another great shot on the red. Re-establishes himself to be nicely on the black now, to be taken into the right corner, and make sure he's still going to be able to put the pedal to the floor here in relation to the points that he scores. Now on 52 points and still having 91 ahead of himself. You know, despite taking the blue and the green pretty much with the first 2 shots of the break. Now still looking at the 2 reds that he has got a choice of. Once again, whenever he seems to be landing on the reds, it doesn't seem like he's perfect on one of them. He seems like he's all right on both of them, but, you know, able to recover for now on the colours. Trying to go for a very fragile shot here into the left middle, making sure that he's going to have to be plenty of accuracy behind that shot, and he's played that well. It's another good shot there, because of how well he needs to judge the pace of the red to be disappearing into the left middle. At the same time, you still need to make sure you're going to have a chance of playing the blue into the right middle. He's going to be on the wrong side of it, which is probably good for him, because he's got a red to try and get in behind of or on top of. Depends on which pocket he wants to try and play this red into. Now 58 points of a lead, 83 at the table. Woodpotts after all on break for many frames, but couldn't conjoin at one visit frame. Then I think why he's playing catch up. Yeah, but for now, at the same... Oh, what a miss that is. I saw that with the back of my eye, but he was playing for the colour, remember. He missed the red somehow towards the left middle. I mean, how has he missed that one? Trying to be too greedy with the angle. And now He'll be 58 points of a lead. But once again, I mean, just as Peter was saying there, just unable to win. I was just about to say that he's going to win the frame in a single visit here. Well, I didn't say it, but it still seemed like the jinx was there. Well, what can Alan can do here? Because this is going to be such a massive turning point. If he gets the red in, he's going to get this red in. Well, this is going to be a massive stuff there for Yize because, I mean, what has he done? How on earth do you miss a red like this? It comes back to the green like that he missed into the same pocket in such a crucial frame in the second session. But now, surely that's not the time to be throwing a mistake like that. And now it's going to be completely out of his hands to try and make it down to, well, 15 frames each. This will be a steal to win if he can. Yeah, that will be very much game over. That will be no chance to recover. 3 frames on the bounce. He ain't going to be Ronnie O'Sullivan against Mark Selby, I'll tell you that for free. Because he just hasn't been playing well enough. Although Ronnie wasn't playing that well either at that stage. But he's not Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's the bottom line. And yeah, he's going to have to try and hope there is going to be something to go wrong there with those 3 and 4 raids next to the paint. But the problem is they're set up nicely for you to try and cannon the cue into. So it felt like it's going to have to be a huge... I mean, that's not really the huge unforced error that I was talking about, but it's still a bit of a weird shot that he's played, leaving himself with a bit too much of the angle. But this is recoverable. So he's still going to be positioned on the black, and this is where the shot is going to have to be played. This is where the importance comes in. What can he do off the black? Well, he's playing it into the bunch, surely. Well, this is your hope, Yize. And this is what it came down to, inability to close off the previous chance. And is he going to be good enough? He will be. Now the question is, has he managed to get one of those reds to be available, or has he managed to sort out all 3 of them now? Because if that's all 3 sorted, it's going to be bye-bye Yize and say hello to Mark Cullen in the final, because he won't be able to recover from this. So all he needs to do is to just try and carefully take the red away into the right middle, and then he will be very much coming down. Wow, he missed the red. How on earth do you miss the red like that into the front jaw? Well, whether he had those reds to be available, Yize will tell us now, because he's got a line to be following into the shot into the left middle. Well, Alan is here, which may suggest that he can't see Yize to be potting this red away, which is, you know, would probably expect the player to come back to his seat down there. But can he see the line taking this red into the middle? Well, it's a massive shot. It's a chance to try and recover the same shot into the same pocket. Is he going to... Oh, nah, he was playing that one safe. I was going to say, like, there was no way Alan was going to stand there and wait if he realised that there was going to be a way for Yize to squeeze that red past. Bad mistake it was. See what I said exactly? Yes. I acknowledge that one, but at the end, Mark Cullen wasn't quite able to get himself over the finish line there either. So now just looking at... I mean, it does genuinely have all the flashbacks of that frame, number 9 or 10. Probably 10. They were so similar to each other, it's difficult to call which one it was, because we literally had the reds to be at the top side cushion, and now he's going to have that cue ball to be played towards the left side cushion here. Well, it's a challenge for Mark Cullen, but of course at that stage, he was very low on points in relation to Yize, and he needed to basically make a total clearance before there was loads of messing around with foul shots and stuff, and that was the thing that allowed Mark Cullen to be back in the frame. Missed the red that I can put on display. Is this the final nail? No. Yeah, I kind of have to wait and see, because Alan wasn't really the one that was playing some brilliant snooker either. He's played a bit of a bad shot there to himself, unless he's managed to force Yize to be taking those reds away into the side cushion, which will probably change that. But you still feel like you can just try and roll up to those reds, even though it's not the perfect shot for you to be taking on, because you need to judge the line and the power pretty well. But he's done that, gives the turn to Mark Cullen. And he's now got one of those reds to be proper safe. So what do you do here then? I mean, you're going to have to try and take the red away from the right side cushion. Surely he's not playing this one. No, I was going to say there was no point for him to be playing a red like that. He had to try and get it very much into the open play. So right now, well, I'll tell you what, he's put himself into a bit of a bad place here for Mark Cullen. I mean, is that a bad shot from Alan? Because he's put a red over the corner. Yize, I'm not sure if he's going to have a touch and ball. It will matter massively, but he's given himself very much a chance to try and take that cue ball pretty much whenever he wants on the table. So if this one is played well, he could well have put himself in a position where he's going to be the one very much feeling the pressure of trying to cover that red, because Yize, as I say, to me, he's got a free shot here to try and use the pink, the blue, and another couple of reds and yellow very much out of him. Lots of big names out early. Yeah, but you're going to be a little bit late for that comment here. Ooh, has he managed to avoid the touch and ball himself? Ooh, that's a problem. That was always the problem. Well, now it's down to you, Mark Allen. Where can you bring that cue ball and how close towards the side cushion? Testing all tactic. I tell you what, you may have won this frame already. Just show me the middle finger, by the way, which is very nice. He's trying to give himself a marker. But yeah, I felt like he's won this frame already. And I'll tell you why. Because now, obviously, the touch and ball wasn't on his previous shot. So this is now a shot showdown. Because if he manages to cover up that dangerous red away, he forces Yize to have played that shot with plenty of power, which will limit very much the flexibility on trying to cover that red. And if that red is available, especially with how well Allen has been playing those type of shots, he's not going to leave a chance away to his opponent. So, one-shot shootout, it would seem. And, well, 3 hours since the match has started. Once again, no surprise that we are going to be heading towards the midnight. Still hoping to finish before that is going to be the case, because we've got the final at 1 o'clock tomorrow. And, well, as he played this one hard enough, he's got the line, to be fair. And, well, this is what I said. Now it's over to you, Yize. You need to be absolutely perfect with whatever you do now, because you've put yourself to be under loads and loads of scrutiny. There is going to be a point where, you know, you can try, you've got 2 options. You can try and take the red away from the right side cushion, which is not great, because it's probably the only thing right now which is keeping you safe. Or you could try and roll up to those reds from the right side cushion, which you're very likely to give an easy chance away. But, of course, like that, you leave a potential, still a problem for Mark Allen to try and get himself out of. I know which option it will go for, by the way. He's going to try and take that red away and believe in his ability to put that cue ball safe. But if he doesn't do, and he put it safe, then he will be very much down to, well, he hasn't put it safe to me, and he's blown all 4 reds. This is what I said. I called it, unfortunately, and I'm so disappointed to have called it. The previous shot for Yize, he lost him the frame. Mark Allen was never going to misjudge the power, and he's never going to miss this red as well. Into the corner. I hope I'm jinxing this one, by the way, but ooh, has he played this one a little bit too narrow? No, he hasn't. Yeah. It's easy to call, and unfortunately, he is super frustrated to be watching Yize. He created a mousetrap for himself. He sort of given the mousetrap to, he given the gun to Mark Allen and said, "Finish me off there," because that was the game over. He's got 4 reds to be all in open play, and he shot himself in the foot. That why on earth would you try and put that red away from the side cushion? The only thing that is keeping you safe in this frame. Keep all four reds to be perfectly available and play at such a crap safety as well, where he was nowhere near to be the ball cushion. He was nowhere near to be covered up by those reds. And, well, I'll tell you what, Allen's going to win this frame, and he's going to win this one absolutely deserved, because that's not good enough. One good shot frame, well, nearly said a bad word, one bad shot frame. I mean, he had to do better there. Whatever he had to do on that red, he needed to do better. And the fact that he had an extra shot after that as well, well, listen, it's now over to you. I mean, Allen's got 3 more important shots here before he's going to be able to get to those 6 colours, but this is unacceptable for the semi-final, and he should know that. Now he's going to have a chance of trying to win 3 frames and a bounce, which, I mean, he can't really see him doing at this stage. The only thing that he hopes for is that one of those cuts, he's not going to find the target because of pressure, but, I mean, Allen's not really going to care about it, because he clearly feels like he's got the brain to be working, and I can't say the same about Yize, unfortunately. He hasn't got that snooker IQ to be functioning pretty well, and, yeah, Allen absolutely schooled him, because he had all the cards, and he's given it to Allen. And it's fair play, by the way, to Mark Allen, because he managed to work it out pretty quickly, because he had 2 reds to be in a bad place, which puts Yize to be in great control. He's had plenty of points which, you know, were separating himself and Yize, and now he's going to be very much down to a position of, you know, not sort of any control here that he has. Mark Allen plays another good red into the corner, puts himself 15 points behind. Haven't seen Wu win when left with few reds and safety play. Allen's too. Will he with more experience, costly less? Well, yeah, that's true. Now, 15 points. He's the lead here for Yize, but it's going to disappear very, very quickly, especially if Allen is going to be able to hold the white for the yellow without needing to go off the... I mean, that was a little bit close off the brown, but in the end, it's going to be a good result. And he's now going to have a straightforward 6-colour clearance at the end. Allen's tactical play won this semi, yeah. Agree. And yeah, I'm going to be disappointed. I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to be pretending that it's going to be fun. It's going to be a disappointing final for me. Because if this is the way that it's going to go, then I'm not really looking forward to 4 sessions like that. I hope Murphy's going to be able to take him out of here, but I mean, how on earth do you take a 6-2 lead and you play so bad and you don't learn the lesson and you take yourself into the 4th session and you make the same mistake over and over? I get that he's 22, but surely if at 20 years of age, I realise, yes, it's sitting from the chair, I understand that, but he needed to do better there, and now it's going to be 2 shot of a showdown there for Mark Cullen as he takes the green and the brown in quick successions. Stupid work, give the fence chance to Allen, and well, can't disagree. But ultimately, it will be down to a showdown on the paint here, which will take him over the finish line. He'll be 8 points clear with only 7 at the table. And I can't wait for that fist bump to appear. Ruin my day even worse. Even though Martin managed to win the Madrid Open, so that's going to be very much keeping me in a great mood. But I'm not looking forward to 4 sessions of this. Well, anyway. Yize once again just not good enough, not good enough again. And it's now going to be 14 frames for Yize, 16 frames for Mark Cullen, who finds himself only 1 frame away from the ultimate glory. I said it was Yize's inexperience will cost him against Mark Cullen, who will go home well. Chipchaya, by the way, takes the lead of all the players to have been the story of the underdog of the season. 31 for Jack, by the way, which is surprising. 18% for Wakelin, 15% for Chang, and 35% for Chipchaya. Yeah, but to be fair, that World Open campaign for Chipchaya is going to be very difficult to match because of how good that was. You know, beating Trump, beating O'Sullivan, beating Gary Wilson, which was playing well, you know, and yeah, of course, a really good line. As much as Jack played well, and he had some really good and tough wins against, you know, Judd Trump and in the semis as well against Mark Cullen, but not my favourite player, but love the way Murphy plays, so it could be okay final. Yeah, I hope so, but I hope this was going to be fun. I hope Hawkins that against Allen was going to be fun, but I was watching that match and I know for a fact I was switching over for it a lot more times than I was switching back onto it, so yeah, it's disappointing that we had such a great lineup with the likes of, you know, Yize, Zhao Ding Zhuhui, Sean Murphy, Judd Trump, Ronnie O'Sullivan, Neil Robertson, John Higgins, Mark Williams, Mark Selby. I would have genuinely preferred to have Selby in there because, you know, he has got a great ability to actually play the game attacking way, and it's a bit of a, you know, it's a boring mentality that Selby only plays defensive there, but the way that he plays the game attacking way, just genuinely, his positional play is extreme. If the safety, Selby, and his positional plays genuinely can sometimes be better than the likes of Yize and Zhao because of how consistent he is. And, well, listen, we've seen that with Mark Selby against Ronnie O'Sullivan in 2020, where he was down to 14 frames to 16. The type of a player that Yize is. Very inexperienced, but ultimately, if he gets himself those opportunities, he's going to be able to take them. Hopefully, they said. Is that going to be the case now? How on earth? But by the way, come back to the beginning of the frame. Why are we even talking about this? How did he not manage to finish that break off? How? Clear example of Greenholm versus Master of Safety Play. Wu is only 22. He'll learn this tournament. Such a good chance with 95 of the big guns exit. Yeah, it's true, but it would have been such a good chance for the likes of Trump to break that curve because Trump would have absolutely schooled Allen. I mean, he's way too good for Allen like that because he would have been... by the way, Trump's IQ is probably the most underrated of anyone. The most underrated snooker IQ on the tour, I would say. He's the world number 1, but all the credit that he gets is purely for his Q power, his ability to get out of shots, his long range shots and stuff like that. But his snooker IQ and the way that he makes those shots look so easy, it just never gets spoken about. And yeah, Trump would have fancied his chances, but if he managed to beat Hussein, it would have been such a good match against Yize, but I feel like Yize would have been a lot more difficult of a match for Watchalong to try and outplay. Center red miss can do, oh my god, don't, man. I just remember the red that he missed into the middle. It's such a, he was on the color as well. And then he had such a straightforward shot to be taken. Well, anyway, let's try and move on to the 31st frame. It's now 3 frames of a showdown. If Yize is going to be able to last 2 more of them, I'll be very surprised with that. And ultimately, are we going to be at the stage where there's not really going to be even plenty of pressure there on Mark Allen as well? Well, let's see if he's going to be looking for the red to be taken now into the left corner. Just trying to play that with plenty of power behind that shot as well. You know, seems like he's not going to be too happy with this one, to be fair. And just looking to try and make it down to a shot to be taken into the left corner. Gonna have to wait and see if that's the case. But if that is the story, then it certainly comes down to Mark Allen to try and take the story in his favour. Gets himself the turn. And still has a look towards the right and the left-hand side of those reds. He hasn't really got anything to do with the right-hand side here. So probably just trying to get that red to be transitioned onto the top edge of the table. Is he going to try and take this red away? And to try to take that one full ball. Block any sort of unnecessary action on the cue ball as well. So just try and get it close towards the black ball cushion here. Make sure he's going to have a chance of playing those reds towards the right middle. And get himself through to an opportunity of taking a red like that away into the yellow pocket. Once again, a little bit of backspin here to be played. And just have the ability to try and take that red past the yellow. Managed to play that shot pretty well, as long as he covered the red, which I'm not entirely sure about. And by the way, the highest break of 145 for Mark Allen has to be the biggest joke. I mean, how on earth has he had such a long frame in the 11th or... Yeah, pretty sure he was the frame number 10 out there. And then he had a 145 straight in the next frame. I mean, he probably sums up the whole story of him. But ultimately, he's the guy that finds himself only 1 frame away from glory here. Trying to make it down to the final. Looking for those reds to try and probably carefully spread out there, I would say. He's not going to be heading for the reds into the right corner because of how risky it will be for him to try and leave that one over the corner pocket. Of course, something that is risky for Mark Allen. He's certainly going to be taken out of the equation, as we have seen beforehand. But is he going to be down to time for Yize to try and take it down to the risky game? Because he just needs to try and realise he's got nothing to lose. And if he loses, goes out on his own terms, do what Ronnie did, honestly. And Ronnie wasn't playing well, by the way, at that stage. But he's managed to believe in himself. He managed to feel like he was the one to try and defeat Selby. And the first 2 frames were flawless. I mean, he had a really good break to finish it off with, a clearance as well. He missed that red into the green pocket, but at the same time, we were still very much in control in terms of the scoreline. There was a very late safety battle on that last red as well. But ultimately, will be now down to Mark Allen to be taking a red towards the side rail. Sorry to see a cruel remark. The kid is suffering dip inside. And yeah, listen, it's a shame. It's a shame, but he's going to have to learn from this one, and he's got a chance. Well, is he going to learn today? I tell you what, this will be the greatest comeback for me. This will be a lot better than Ronnie O'Sullivan, but he needs to try and have a spark first. Try and have a spark of the left corner. The mid-range shot there into the corner, which was a mistake for Mark Allen. Yeah, that's something that you would expect. At this stage, he's going to have to suffer, and he's going to have to try and get over this one. And he's left a chance over the corner. Yeah, that's game over. It was game over after he lost the previous frame, but it's really sad to see. But this is what happens if you're going to be a young player. He may have a seizure here, unfortunately, in relation to this particular match, because he just came across against someone that, as long as it's not going to be very much the same way that CJW has lost out on that equation, because he wasn't playing well in the last couple of sessions, but ultimately, right now, we haven't seen the form of Yize that we have seen in Nanjing, that we have seen in the previous matches against Hussein Fafai, against Mark Selby. Maybe he ran himself out of steam, and maybe it just seemed like he came across an opponent that... I'm really surprised with that, though, because it's a bit of a weird thing where Selby wasn't able to shut him down like that, but apparently Mark Allen was. Something that doesn't really stick to mind with me, but Now he's going to be one chance away. And once again, the problem is there's not going to be any pressure on this. And there is going to be a red to be taken into the right corner. So trying to play for the black once again. Ooh, has he overcut that one slightly? Still going to get the red in, but he's going to be overplaying for the black. I'll certainly try and flick the concentration back on. Just make sure he's going to be able to hold the cue ball into those reds. And what timing is gone. Yeah, it feels like, you know, the way that he was striking the ball, even when he wasn't playing too well, still seemed like he was allowing himself to be very much over the finish line there. For now, it's going to be down to black to be taken into the right corner. Make sure he's got the buffer of a couple of reds to be taken as well. As he played this one well enough, he has. But is he going to be on the red? He will be. Of the red into the left middle to be taking on. Now it's going to be an easy win for Sean Murphy. Well, we'll have to wait and see. You know, if Alan is going to be through to the final, which probably say it's impossible for that not to happen now, especially with him being the player to get the first chance in the 31st frame as well. But yeah, it will be very much down to Murphy to try and win his second world title because, yeah, it's probably the best chance that he's had. You know, he never came across against someone that wasn't, you know, in the final beforehand. And Mark Cullen can still try and become the oldest first-time world champion. So he's going to have plenty on his mind as well. He gave Alan 2 chances. Yeah, but listen, he gave Mark Cullen way too many opportunities. Let's be fair on that one. So he just hasn't been a good enough session from start to finish. You know, we had a couple of glimpses where we had a really good century break of 126, but the problem was that was glimpses. We need to see consistency, and we haven't seen anything consistent for him. And you know, that's going to be the reason of those horrible green from the second session into the left middle, and the red, of course, that he missed in the previous frame as well. That would have been such a different story, because as much as you could say there would have been still those chances for Mark Cullen to try and get himself through, but you know, the safety battles that they would have had, they would have played such a different level. And well, has this red gone a little bit too close to the left? No, he hasn't. Still going to be playable there for Mark Cullen. Now it's a break of 25 points here. So he pushes the red to be heading over the left corner as well. And now, what's it going to come down to? I mean, if he's got that red to be taken, he may as well take it now, because it doesn't seem like he's got an easy cut into the left corner, into the right corner, I should say. So just go for this red into the corner and make sure he's going to have a chance to roll that cube off the left side cushion. Give the bounce towards the black here to be taken. And that now puts himself through a shot to be taken the black. And well, he's now going to be a very firm favourite to try and get over the finish line from the first effort as well. You know, still trying to make very much back down to, you know, a shot on the black to be taken. Even though it's going to be a little bit straight, there's going to be plenty of reds for him to try and play off the side cushion. When Wu recovers from this misery, if he loses, he should feel proud for being the last Chinese and standing, and a great run to the set. Yeah, that's true. And of course, he has to give a massive round of applause. He's managed to be probably the standout player. But at the end stage, he'll be very much down to a decent opportunity not being taken there, because I feel like that second session was where the damage was done. Because even if he had a fourth session like this at the end of it, but he still had a couple of frames in ahead there of Mark Cullen, it would have been such a different story though, because he was always going to be capable, as long as he realised he's the one ahead. He's the one that has got all the cards. He's the one that has got all the chances. He would have been queuing those shots better. That way, he would have had more confidence, and all things are going to just accumulate towards each other. And it would have been a very different story here as well. For now, Alan is getting closer towards the finish line. Now looking for the red to be taken into the right corner. And yeah, just looking to try and play this red away into the right part of the table. Maybe get that cue ball to be played in towards the reds, and just get himself through to a chance of taking those reds away from the colour. And he's played that pretty well, as long as the cue ball slows down before it goes past the point of blue. And what was looking stronger is going to be disappointed. Future winner, yes, that's true, but future doesn't mean now. And we've seen, you know, listen, with Si Xiaowei was a little bit different because he wasn't at this stage beforehand, but is that going to be a same impact in relation to how he's going to damage the future prospect of him? It shouldn't be, because he's been here before and he's managed to win the tournament. He's managed to have been to many finals in, you know, a whole nation series of the English Open, the Scottish Open last season. He lost out to Robertson, he lost out to Li Pei Fan. That made him stronger And he came back this season, being in the top 10 right now. Only the third Chinese player to be, well, probably the highest rated Chinese player, because Sao Guodong wasn't really, so high in the top 10. Well, for now, it does seem like Mark Allen will have to try and give a couple more opportunities away for Yize. Might have had the same reckless temperament when Wu's age, never learned. Well, listen, once again, as I said, let's wait and see until Allen's over the finish line, because he's had his chance. Now he's got 45 points of elite, which is not bad. It's now going to be 22. Not over yet, with one last chance. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. One last chance, and how far ahead is he going to be able to get with this chance? The fact that he got the first red in is good. The fact that he's going to be on the collar is even better, but if he wins this frame, I'll maybe start to believe again, because he will start to believe it again, and that will be a massive switch to be flicked on there. But I do expect a quick prediction there. He's not going to be hearing me, so it's not disrespectful, but I would expect him to crumble and struggle on something like 20 points that he scores. And as soon as he gets to one of those dangerous reds, which is going to be plenty of, by the way, because Allen's done pretty well to try and get himself 45 points clear, and now make a total clearance or nothing here for Yize. And it does seem like it'll be very challenging for him to try and achieve that. And of course, as soon as Allen's back to the table, he only needs a couple or three of those reds, and then it's going to be very much 17 frames to 14. So we'll be down to another couple of shots here to be played. So can he try and take this red away from the side cushion? I mean, he finds himself 42 points behind, which probably will come down to that red that he needs there, unless he takes all the remaining colours with the reds. A good chance for some points. Well, I mean, you just have to try and make sure you give your best. Because if you give your best and you come up short, there's nothing you can do about it. And he's just going to have to try and cut those mistakes out of his game, because, he's not... I feel like you're not really asking him to be perfect. You're just asking him to make sure he's going to be a lot more reasonable when it comes down to the mistakes that he's been making. But for now, he plays a good shot away. And an expensive red, true, but as long as he's able to keep a couple of those reds to be available, I feel like every single shot that he takes right now, it boosts his pot success chance for the next red by a percentage or two. But still, it's going to be very much down to a positional success is going to be a different thing here. And I feel like the luck is never going to be heading in your way when you're not playing well. But he has gone in his way now. I'll tell you what, it's a brilliant shot that from Yize. And he gives himself a lifeline to hold on to. It's a really good black into the left corner he's taken. Now allowing himself to have two reds, as long as the black is available though, into the left corner. The fact that he's got a little bit of uncertainty on his face, well, I mean, if he goes for that red into the corner, he needs to try and get probably low on it. I mean, it depends if the black goes into the corner. If he goes into the left part of the table, you have to play this one with topspin. Well, he's not certain. He's twitching there. Before he's hitting the shot, he needs to make sure he goes back up and goes down again. So the red to be taken into the corner. He's trying to get around the black. Brilliant shot there once again from Yize. Shot there. And brilliantly around the black that he's taken that cue ball. Now positioning himself really, really well. I'll tell you what, that's difficult to describe with words. Not even talking about how difficult it is for you to execute a shot like that. He's getting himself a chance. He's getting himself through to a chance. This is going to hurt, by the way, if it doesn't go to plan for Allen. I mean, it's not going to hurt at this stage for Yize. As I say, he's just down to, I've got nothing to lose. I've got everything to gain. Make sure I get it down to 32 frames. And that's all I need to ask for, because then Mark Allen is probably one of the players that you would say, well, could just put it behind it. But at the same time, he'll potentially give a chance for Yize to be the one, very much looking to try and score some big points. And he's now got a very important 4 shots coming up, because he's got now one more red available to the right corner. He's 18 points behind. So he's getting probably to a zone where Mark Allen is going to need a couple of those difficult reds himself, which already is important. Now just trying to take the red away. It's a good shot. It's a good shot if he's going to be having an angle. Well, I'll tell you what, he's got an angle here on the pink, but can he pot the pink into the corner? Because now getting through to another red, and that's about as much as you can ask for. Because you feel like the 2 reds on the right side cushion, last chance. Yes, it is. The pink is taken. Well, I'll tell you what, he's queuing some really nice shots there as well. He needs another one. He needs another couple here. The crowd are going to be getting on his back a little bit here, because they want to see the match to go the distance. This is finally some exciting snooker to be played. And for once, Yize is the one playing catch-up. He never ended well for him, to be fair, in this match so far. Can he end really well for him right at the moment when he matters? Trying to do it at the 31st frame. Well, he's looking to see if one of those reds will go past the black into the corner. I feel like the answer is going to be negative to that question. He's going to have to try and go into those reds with the blue. He's had so many great shots that he's played. He needs around 3 more, and then we'll see what's going to happen with those reds. For now, take this one into the green pocket, straight into the heart it goes. It's difficult though because of how close the cue ball is going to be to the blue. It's difficult for you to judge the way that the cue ball is going to head towards those reds, but it's also difficult for you to realize the way that you have to get those reds to be available, because I feel like he can't really have another safety battle. He needs to be down to this break. He needs to try and punish Alan for that one last mistake. You know, when he was leaving the table, I'm pretty sure I thought, you know, he was going to struggle to get past 20 points. Now he's got 35, which is already his improvement. So, one shot that he needs on the blue. Has he got it? It's a nice line. He's got those reds. Yes, he's got one. Just about, it seems. Well, is he going to have a line to be taking the red into the corner? He certainly got something into the left part as well. Well, is he going to be just one more shot that he needs to play? And then he'll come down to a showdown. Well, this is the stage. Nothing is safe. You miss it, you're out of the tournament, and the dream is going to be over. You make it, and you survive one more frame. You made it. Brilliant. No chance. Absolutely no quarter given, because that was about as close to the front jaw as it was possible. Now, he's got on the pink, and he's still going to have that ready to be over the right corner. Nah, Kevin. I wouldn't be doing that just yet. It's never over until it's over. He's done all the hard work. Just make sure you don't struggle to be over the finish line, because this is going to be such a massive turning point. Look at the red that he missed. Mark Allen, at that stage, he wasn't even sure if he was going to leave a red away to Yize. Now, he's on the last red. Taking that one well. Needs to be on the lower side of a blue. Needs it to be closer. Needs it to be closer. Needs it to be closer than this. He needs now loads of backspin, because whatever you do, you don't want to try and play this one with a ball cushion. Trying to hold this one for the yellow. He's played that well. So, 6 color clearance. He's only going to need the bow colors on the blue. And then he will be very much down to 15, play 16. And he's still going to be very much alive in this match. Well, after all the misses that he had in the previous couple of shots there, you felt like he was out of it. You felt like he was over. You felt like he was going to be the man to try and throw the white towel in. Well, he's got the white shirt, but he's certainly going to have a decent opportunity to try and make the brown and blue into the left corner and the right middle. And then it will be down to a 32 frame showdown again. The brown is in. He's going to be on the blue. And he will be 17 points right now. So 22 on the blue. He will be 2 snookers needed on the pink. And surely now, this is the point. Another twist is going to come in. A brilliant clearance by Yize, by the way. Fantastic break of 62 points. GG's frame now. And it will be down to a fantastic break of 67 points, I should say. So now 22 points. Is he going to take the pink? He will just about stay, but I'm pretty sure he will be down to a frame to be given to Yize. And he will be down to him to be the one taking the frame away from Mark Cullen. Now, this is the point for you to try and step up your game. No fist bump, no messing around. Concentrate, do your own thing. Doesn't matter what your opponent does, you're gonna get a chance. If you don't get a chance, hold your head high. You've done your best. Just make sure if that opportunity comes, you're gonna be there to take it. Play the patience game. Alan is not going to be patient now. He's going to have to try and make sure he's going to be attacking. He's got a lot to answer for in the previous frame to himself. He's going to have to try and make sure he doesn't take it the distance. He'll be their underdog if he takes the smash the distance. Even though, you know, he's had that advantage throughout the entirety of the 4th session, it doesn't matter. In the decider, the form, the experience, and very much down to who's going to be the better player at the end. So for now, game on, Wu. Yes, certainly, Wu well played. Brilliant match. Pity someone loses, but someone's going to have to take it. Someone's going to have to take the loss on the chin. Mark Cullen probably has got a smaller chin than Yize, but we're going to have to wait and see on which one of them will have to take that. Very much on the chin, and let's see Who is he going to be? Very much trying to end with a great win as well. So, comes back down to 2 more frames to be seen. And this is where he was worth to be staying for 3.5 hours. That was brilliant from Yize. And now, can we see one more frame like this, at least, to give us a decider, which we were looking for? I still feel like, he always has got a bit of a story with the Crucible, where, remember the 2023 when I mentioned, 2 matches are finished with 32 frames to be played out of 33. I feel like you very rarely get one of the matches to go the distance, and the other one to finish just 1 frame short. So let's have a comeback story. Well, I'm going to be there for it. Dare I dream. I did not see Murphy winning when trailing 13-15. That was him here. Well, different story. Different story here. Alan was only 1 chance, 1 shot, potentially away from winning that match. Higgins was still a couple of frames away. It felt like that was a bit of a different story because he allowed Murphy to be the man, very much having to trying to inflict the pressure on his opponent. I feel like Alan is still going to be the favourite until the end of this 32nd frame. But it's not going to be pretty for him to try and start this one away. Especially after how painful he was to lose the previous frame as well. So then, Yize comes back to the table. And he's going to be very much looking forward to a potential red to be left by Mark Allen. That has been the story with all the previous chances. He wasn't able to continue the sequence, and he has lost out on that frame number 30. Now, let's see what he's going to be this time, and let's see the response from Yize as well. And it seems like, for once, Mark Allen's actually managed to cover up all those reds, or has he? Or is there going to be a chance for Yize to try and go for the red into the left corner? This one is probably way too close, so it's up to him. Once again, if he wants to try and take it, he can. I wouldn't recommend it, because you're going to have the black to be very far away from this shot, and ultimately you're going to have a bit of a problem of trying to take that red away into the left corner as well. Focus, focus, focus. Well, speed. I am speed, basically, what you're doing. Now, trying to take this red away. Surely he's playing for this one now. Is he going to make it? Nope. Not even close. Double kiss was certainly close. And is that red going to be possible? Well, as I said, that was the wrong shot to go for. He's managed to be lower than the black here, which is not going to leave any one of those reds away, but he's going to leave the same red that he missed. 2 centuries by Wu here. Will be hope. Millions of China. Well, tell you what, he's going to be the first chance once again to come back to Mark Allen, and this is not really something that he would have needed to see. Something that you can't allow your opponent to be having is an easy chance after he had a very bad miss in the previous frame, but he misses the red. That's real pressure. Now, can he get through past the brown? Surely there's going to be a gap. There has to be a gap. Is there going to be a gap? There is not a gap. Well, at least Alan missed it in Yize's favour. Of course, it's something that you can't be cheering on because you're not going to have a chance of your own. But that was a very weird mistake from Mark Allen, because that was a red that you're supposed to be taking on very much with your eyes closed, with how close the red was. But you'll probably be down to a bit of a safety exchange to be played, because Yize needs to try and counter that red away. Unless he's got a chance to try and go for another red himself, he needs to make sure he's going to be placing that cue ball on the left-hand side of that red and just get himself through to a safety battle. If that's something that he needs to do, just be grateful that you're not going to be any points down here in this frame number 32 after a mistake on what you've done in the previous time as well. So, what's it going to be? Pressure switch now. Well, yeah, but the problem is, it still seems like the luck is going to be in his favour, and sometimes when the luck is on your side, it's very little that the opponent can do when they're not getting the chances here. So, just trying to roll up to the red. Ooh, as he played the shot well enough, it seemed like just about has managed to be perfectly on top of the red. So, I mean, can Alan, surely he's not going to dare to go off the right side cushion. There's not a lot of things that you can do with this red, to be fair, apart from maybe taking it into the right side cushion, which, you can try and do that. But I feel like he's going to leave a long red available here for Yize, and if he's happy to do that, then that's fine. I wouldn't really say that's going to be something that, re-rack. I mean, it could be a re-rack. Mentally, though, that'll be advantage to... I suppose it's a break-off by Alan, so it won't be the worst thing. Yeah, there you go. It's going to be a re-rack. Good call, Kevin. Good call, Kevin, and he will be a re-rack. So I thought we were going to try and stick to it a little bit longer because I thought, there's going to be a raid to be taken into the corner. Saved an hour and a half happy. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, still back down to the midnight race and very much back down to Yize. Apologies, to have the chance to try and make it after Alan's break off and very much make it down to his opportunity to be taken. And he wasn't able to do that with their first chance, but of course it probably was quite fortunate that Alan wasn't able to take his either. And he'll be down to a chance to be taken on the lead. Can only be a re-rack with that nonsense. Yeah, probably was. We're never really going to get with that one. So you'll probably come down to a chance for either Mark Allen and Yize to test their patience here in another couple of those frames. If it was a decider, probably felt like you could have played this one for a little bit longer. But now, it'll be down to a break-off shot to be done here by Mark Allen. And once again, 32nd frame, he is about to begin here once more. Trying to go for the left side and make it down to a shot to be taken on those reds. Try and carefully play it so that you're not going to have one of those loose reds to come away too close to the corner pocket. Ooh, as he left him with that one. Not sure about the right side. Yeah, he's got the black to be covered though. So he probably puts it down to nonsense talk, but I mean, he's thinking about it to the right corner. Can he go for this red? I said the black is not available. They're going to have plenty of other colours available. And look at that for the thunder of a strike. Now, is there going to be a shot on the colour? Well, there's going to be a red. And that's about as much as you can ask for. Brilliant red to have taken there by Yize. And this is exactly the spark that we were looking for to try and take it to distance. Still, the first couple of shots of the break are going to be super key. And he's left himself with a difficult blue now to take. Pressure. Forget about pressure. Just try to concentrate on the pot. And he's managed to do that really well. Fantastic blue that he's taken. And now he's still going to be lined up for the red to be taken into the corner. Brilliant two sequence of shots there. And now this is where the light can flick on there in your favour. And hopefully that will be the case for Yize because he deserves it. After the stamina and after the resilience that he's shown in the previous couple of frames, he will come down to a potential chance here to be had. And that's all you can ask for. And you have to make sure now, when you're in amongst the reds, you're going to have to be very much the player to take it away from your opponent. Whether it's going to be down to 32 frames, 31, 33, it doesn't matter. Give yourself a chance. And when you give yourself a chance, you have to take it as a professional. For now, he's getting himself through to the black ball spot. Trying to take this one away. Open up the angle, which wasn't easy. But he seems to have managed that really well with damage limitation. Now the red to be taken into the corner. He's got a couple of reds to be played into the left corner as well. So now just carefully take the shred away into the right corner and don't overcut this one. And he has done that really well. Sunrise here soon. Tell you what, it could be sunrise in China right now. In an hour and a half, I should say. Well, it's going to be midnight very, very soon in the UK. And for now, we are getting through to the point of potentially getting to 22 points of a lead now. And, well, once again, the good old story just underrunning slightly for those reds. And one shot like that can sometimes cause you a lot more of a trouble than you can think about. Well, he's going to have to try and probably take this one towards the blue. He can't risk it. And he's tried to take it towards the reds. That was a better scenario for him. Brilliant shot there once again. Because he managed to turn something that was putting him under pressure into more of the advantage. Now, once again, make sure you take it one shot at a time. Take as much time as you can. Try not to break the rhythm. But you feel like if you need to be doing that, absolutely do so. And just put yourself to be in a position of trying to take those reds one by one. And when you do, you put yourself to be in a position of some real control there as well. Now playing for the red into the left corner here. Opened up the pocket nicely. Making sure that one's going to be in. 31 points of a lead. Still having a couple of reds to be available to him. Now looking to try and make the black into the right corner. Not happy with this position. So just trying to come back up and back down for the shot. Make sure he's going to hit this one firmly into the corner and trying to get in behind the red to be taken into the corner here again, into the same pocket. Let's go focus. Once again, 38 points of a lead. So now has got 3 more loose reds available. That will take him down to a couple of more points as well. And at that stage, he's going to try and think about potentially going for the split of the pack there. But at this stage, you certainly have to make sure you will be coming down to red to try and spread away from each other. Now on the black to be taken into the left corner. Once again, plenty of power to try and get that cue ball to keep on running towards the mid-range. Shot there to be taken in relation to being in between the pink and the blue spot. Played that shot really well. Now, we'll be hoping it's a new dawn for it. Well, certainly. But now just having a look at the red to be taken into the right corner. He's perfectly straight on this one, which doesn't usually help. And especially if he's going to try and play the shot with topspin for the black, which, I mean, once again, he's going to be aiming this one onto the right side cushion, which is not great. But once again, he's not straight on this one. But as I say, he's not probably, doesn't have a colour on the pink there to be in between the blue and the black. And in the end, well, it's not a nice shot there. Once again, he's done that before. He needs to recover. Looking good for Wolf fans. Not just yet, because he's going to look for 52 points of a gap on the blue, and now needs to hit a good shot here. And he's going to leave himself with a rare shot to play. He needs to make sure he's going to be out of the zone for the blue. And it seems to be close, but to me, it's just about going to be comfortable enough so that he can focus on trying to take this one for the black. Now then, 52 points of a lead, as I say. Still, nothing is guaranteed, especially if you leave a loose red away. And he's missed it. Well, this is what I said. But it does seem like that loose red is going to run somewhat safe. So, it's not quite as bad as he was going to leave that red over the pocket. But it always seemed like that red was going to be a bit of an issue for him. In the end, he still lead of 52 points. And now, 91 points at the table. So, we're going to have to be looking forward to what Mark Allen can do here. Because all of a sudden, all control that he had over this match. And all the low odds for him to be over the finish line seem like they've gone slightly further into the favour of his opponent, slightly now. And now will be down to Allen to try and make his own comeback here. Because he'll still be impressive if he manages to close off the frame here. But if he does it in his sider, it'll have a whole lot of a special meaning for him as well. Well, he's looking at potential plans to be taken into the left middle. The bottom line is, what do you risk if you play that plant on? If you don't risk anything, you may as well go for it. But if you're going to have a chance of that cue ball to be sticking out to that red and for that one to go through the corridor that you would have created for it, he's just going to be looking for that top side cushion in relation to the ball colours to try and take that cue ball on towards. So he's going to have to sort of concede that he will be down to 52 points of a lead for Yize to try and take it from. And for now, of course, the player from China would like to put a couple of those reds to be safe. But ultimately, you know, he's not going to be looking for an opportunity now. He needs that opportunity to be looking for him. So he'll know when there's a chance available. For now, it feels like he probably needs to try and make it as complicated as possible for Mark Allen. Because remember, you know, he hasn't made a pot for a while since that red that he missed into the right middle. And now he'll be certainly over to Yize to try and very much keep it that way. In relation to his was going 22.5 minutes without potting a red or a colour of any kind. Now it's going to be pretty much similar story for Mark Allen here as well. But still, he finds himself to be in a position of having to sort of get the ability to get away with that one. It's a bad shot here though. It's a really bad shot. And well, this one you probably can't miss there with Mark Allen, but it simply wasn't good enough from Yize. He's trying to take that raid towards the right corner, but let's see what Mark Allen is going to be able to do with this raid. As I said, he missed one of those before. Let's see what's going to happen now. This one is in. Let's have a look at the position of the cue ball, and it's going to be really good for him as well. Well, then just about top side of a blue, and it's now going to be a chance to try and take that cue ball down the table because, once again, it's a problem for Yize not getting over the finish line. You know, it was fine before he had the reds to be very much bunched up together, but Allen managed to sort out those things to be done in a single shot there. Although he's put himself under a little bit of pressure here, creating too much of the angle to try and escape from. Having to play the shot with probably topspin, which doesn't really leave him with too much hope there to try and get on the collar, which is going to be really interesting to see how he's going to try and do that. Probably through the power. And he did try and do that through the power. He missed the red. Where's the red going to finish? One of them is going to go safe, which is good for Yize, but does he have an easy introduction? There's going to be pressure now, and 6 points of a break. Well, I don't know why he's made that life so difficult for himself. He nearly fluked the red into the left middle, but now Yize surely needs to be scenting blood. He's got a couple of those reds to be safe. This is the time for you to try, and not go all in, of course, but make sure it is going to be the red, which will disappear into the right part of the table. Now, is he going to try and play into the safer one? And can he get through to the one into the middle? It's difficult for you to cue that shot well. And as much as you are going to be taking that cue ball towards the blackboard cushion, so many reds available, it's difficult to try and put it safe. And as I say, the last thing that he wants to be doing is sacrificing, the pot success for a chance to try and keep out Mark Cullen safe, which I suppose he will make sense at some stage. But now, highlighting a red, the lowest of them all. Can he take it to the corner? He can't. He's got the blue. He's got the cue ball to be rolled into the right middle. It's all going off now, but at least he's got a couple of those reds to have been put safe. But ultimately, he needed that one more good part. He needed one more good colour. And then that would have been very much over to a decider potentially to be available. Now, it is going to be a very different story here. And Mark Cullen's got a ball in hand. He's got some of those reds to be on the plate. Some of those to be a real danger as well. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen here. Because for now, Alan probably finds himself just about in the mix to be the favourite for this frame. 3 reds to be close to the side cushion. Different factors of them. One of them is able to be taken into the corner. The other couple will have to be coming towards the left middle, or the trying to get in behind off when you talk about the red on the left side cushion and the lower end of it. So for now, still going for that blue and making sure he's going to be trying to get some very important points on the board here, Mark Cullen, because if he's got an easy chance ahead of him, then he needs to take it. He's got a line on the pink to try and take 2 more reds with, and then he'll come down to some important shots to be played. In relation to the gap that Yize will have, how many points is he going to be able to score here? 13 here, so 23 with his pink. Then he'll come down to something like 40 on 2 more reds. So, yeah, he should be pretty close in a position where Yize probably will need just as many reds there as Mark Cullen. Old habits die hard, missed another relatively easy red. Yeah, that wasn't easy though. That was real pressure. But the problem is, of course, he had that cue ball to roll into the pocket, which just gives control to your opponent. And, of course, mentally, it's going to be a bit of a boost to him as well. Now, Alan trying to get through those easy reds, which is another great thing for him, because he's now remembering how to hold the cue, how to play those type of shots, and trying to, remember how the reaction of the cloth is going to react to him. So, still looking to play some very important shots right now. 30 points, plays 52. Going for the red into the right corner now. Will get that cue ball to be closer towards the right side cushion, which is not going to be an ideal thing for him to be doing, but at the same time, probably has to be doing that from the pink, because he can't get really low on the white if he's going to have perfect control over the situation on the blue. So probably has to try and take this one with a little bit of topspin to try and play for the black or the pink, making sure he's not going to be committing a foul on the red. And yeah, that red was taken really nicely into the right corner. Now 31 points of the lead is still going to be very, very relevant. And now looking for the pink to be taken into the left part of the table. And when the cue ball goes towards the middle pocket here, you'll be coming down to a potential chance. Well, he's trying to play for the red, which is risky. It's probably the most difficult of those 3 reds to deal with, because you can't cannon it right now, because you're going to have a very difficult shot to play a red like that. So you're going to have to try and just cut this one into the corner. Play that with probably limited power as well, so that if you miss it, you leave it over the corner pocket, which is not going to help. But, has he missed it? Yes, he has. And now he will be back down to Yize here. As I said, a very important shot there that Mark Cullen has taken, because now, ultimately, he leaves it with 15 points of a gap there. And a potential chance for Yize to be the one, which still needs very much every single one of those reds to be taken. Because if he gets himself 15 points ahead, even if he takes 2 reds away, he needs to realise he needs the 3rd one as well. So, what he needs to try and focus on is ideally getting on the first red, putting a colour safe, which will be something that Mark Cullen needs to pot, that he doesn't. But at the same time, of course, he will come down to some very important shots to be played. I genuinely wouldn't be mad if he goes for this red now into the corner, because he's thinking about it. And I understand the point against it, but I also understand the point for it, because he's going to have to try and take one of those reds into the open play, whatever he does, because you can't just keep all three of them to be safe. And once again, a bad contact on the brown. He needs the cover on the blue. Is he going to get it? The safety play has been horrendous for him, and he's not going to get the cover for me. Well, let's see if Mark Allen now has got what it takes, of course. Now the ball is going to be in his half. Well, Yize has sort of gone, well, I'm not going to take that risky red into the corner. You can take a risky red with a long shot here. Now, is he going to be able to make it? It's going to be tense. Has he made it? No, he hasn't. That one is going to be queued very badly. And where's the red going to finish? He's going to finish safe. It's going to be right next to the brown as well. So, very much back down to a bit of a squeaky bum time here. Boss will need it. There is. But ultimately, what does it get you if you get one of those reds? You need to be putting yourself in a position where you're going to be perfectly lined up for the colour, and you need to try and put yourself in a position where you have got it well. He's thinking once again to be heading for the red like that. We've seen that with Mark Allen previously so far, and we've seen that with Sean Murphy as well. And there's such a crucial moment of that frame against John Higgins. In the end, I'm pretty sure he was the 31st frame, which ultimately was proving to be very much the one which broke any chances for Higgins to try and get towards a competitive final to this match. After that break of 50 points, didn't really make it into the 32nd frame either. So just looking to try and send that red towards the right side cushion. Make sure he's going to have plenty of Q power on that. And yeah, he's finally managed to play a decent safety shot here. In relation to, he hasn't left an easy red away. He's actually managed to cover up the red that he played for, and at the same time, seems like he's managed to put Mark Allen in a bit of a struggle position here. Wrong choice for Wu. When Allen breaks down on 10 points, my choice will be red on top side. Yeah, but at the end stage, it's going to be very much down to you do what you feel like you need to do, and he still played a really good safety here. So now a cross double is available, but it's always going to put that red towards the left corner, and also there's going to be a chance for a double kiss to be taken. Now, the red is going to go towards the left corner, and as long as he didn't get too close to it, he was always going to get away with that type of a shot. So now, what can Yize do here? And I'll tell you what, the position doesn't seem like it's going to be too great for him either, because now it's no longer going to be safe in relation to this match still being very much available for Mark Allen to win. With the next chance that he gets back to the table, of course, that wasn't the case. You know, when Yize was at the table and dominating the play, now you feel like, with how many of those reds have gone, ooh, I mean, he doesn't want that cue ball to go into the yellow pocket. It's going to be so close, and it is going to be into the pocket as well. Well, it seemed like he didn't realise that cue ball was going to drop, and now it will be a ball in hand, so you see, hopefully it won't be a free ball there, because he should have the ability to see enough of the reds on the left-hand side. Yeah, it will be the case because of the brown and green to be out of position there, but because of the way that he plays the shot and he sort of gets away back to his seat there straight away without looking where the position is going to finish. Now, 11 points is the difference. What can you do with those reds to be taken? The thing about them is you can't really do anything to try and pot them here, but you can put Yize to beat. So a lot more of a trouble, and especially if he gets snookered here, it's game over. Come on, it's midnight. Exactly, next red potted winner. Yes, I was just about to say that, because this is what I'm saying. If you snooker someone, then you'll be very much down to an opportunity to try and give your opponent a chance to come back with it. So just looking at where he wants that cue ball to be placed. Is he going to be towards the green spot? The referee checking that the cue ball is going to be in the D. So now, can he try and play this shot well enough so that the cue ball is going to be heading into the safe spot? He's got a huge gap of the brown and the green to try and get in behind off. And as I say, if you get a snooker here, you will be very much game over potentially. And it's not a snooker, but it's still a really nice shot that Allen has played. And now he'll be very much down to a shot to be played for Mark Allen. And, he's played it well. Has he managed to play this one well enough so that, Yize has got such a difficult shot on him, because ideally the line is there for you to try and cut this red into the corner, but how much pace there is going to be injected on the cue ball if that is the case. It's going to take it way out of control here. New day in 4 minutes exactly. So just looking for a potential red to be taken into the right corner. And, well, has he got the black to be dropped in? Well, that's a disaster. That is an absolute disaster. Where's the cue ball going to finish? Nope, that won't avoid the disaster. That is potentially game over. After such a good comeback, he will be down to Mark Cullen to come back to the table. Unfortunate, but ultimately, that jaw of the left middle pocket was always looking very large at him. And now it will be crazy, but I mean, one last chance for Yize is that he's got that red, which Mark Cullen hasn't decided to play for, into the left middle, but that's the last chance. And usually, against Mark Cullen, those last chances don't really work. Although he's just played a bit of a questionable shot here. I mean, he needs to be heading for the paint here, I'm pretty sure. I tell you what, to be fair, you forget that there's going to be pressure on every single shot that you take, and every single shot that you have to take, you're going to have to be very much lined up perfectly with the positional play. So then the blue, about to be taken into the right middle, plenty of power behind it. Now, is he going to be able to get in behind of that red? His line seems to be good, he just doesn't want to be straight on it. Well, that's a brilliant shot there by Allen. And as I said, that was the only way that he could have gone wrong for him, and he could not have gone any better. Look at how straight it's going to be on the red, even though it may leave him with a little bit of awkwardness there to try and take the shot on the black. But at the same time, he'll be very much down to try and play the shot with topspin. He can't play this with backspin anyway. So which colour is he playing for? The pink or the black? Ooh, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's a really good shot again on the black. Really well. So Yize, he's going to be looking for a way out of this situation. But yeah, this was a bit of a CJW story again. And just like I said, I just didn't have the feeling that if the first semi-final finishes with 32 frames, then the other one is going to be the distance. Well, Mark Allen right now, he's going to be only 3 or 4 shots away after making this run-in of trying to be the finalist of the World Champion in 2026. Has he got what it takes? Just, wow! How has he missed the red like that? How has he missed the red like that? Wow, that is absolutely incredible. That is one of the worst misses that you can imagine. And this is gonna blow this one wide open. I mean, don't take anything for granted now for Yize. I mean, well, it's a bad shot again. What are you doing? What are you doing there, man? You need to be absolutely on top of your game. And, well, he's got a line to try and take the blue. But once again, there's going to be pressure on every shot there. You don't want to be lined up with a shot like that. Has to recover. Is he able to recover? Yes, he is. Once again, play that well. But once again, that doesn't leave you with a good shot on the yellow. Now you have to play another brilliant, exquisite, and absolutely tantalizing shot there to try and make sure you are going to have that visible green to be taken into its own pocket. Well, 4 points is the difference. 6 colours, only 1 winner. The yellow is in. How's the position on the green? Seems like it's not bad. It's going to be close, but it was always going to be close there with the situation that he found himself on the yellow. Now, can he try and take this green away and position himself to be taking the brown into the yellow pocket? A little bit on the run. Well, on the run by a lot there, you know. And as I say, every shot right now is going to be very much missable. Well, this is nasty. This is nasty cut, this is. And the brown is always going to stay over the pocket, but he's made this one in really well. Now the blue, and once again, one issue creates another issue here. So 5 points of a lead. He needs to try and take that cue ball around the globe. He needs to try and take it around the globe for the paint to be taken. And, well, he's trying to use the pocket. Well, we've seen so many pressure shots like that on the paint to be missed. This one for the final frame, for a decider. Yize, can he make this pink in? He can't. He can't. Where's the pink going to finish? He should have placed that cue ball to be safe. It is going to be somewhat safe. The pink is going to go onto the brown spot. Well, It is now a pink showdown. He always was going to leave himself. The shot that he played in the green was absolutely diabolical because he left himself with the problem on the brown, he left himself on the problem with the blue, and he left himself on the problem with the pink, which he just wasn't able to handle and deal with at the end. So, what can he try and achieve? Can Alan go for the pink? He's trying to go for it straight away. Is he going to leave it available? He will to an extent. Oh, I mean, is that going to be close enough? Is that going to be close enough to the pocket? It's a thin cut, but it's possible. Alan gone. Well, let's see. It seems like he's struggling, but the thing about being gone, he's still a frame ahead, and he will be until the pink disappears. Yize has been struggling with shots like that. Can he make it at the most important point? No, he can't. Where's the pink going to finish? And he's going to finish pretty much in exactly where he was. Needs that cue ball to keep on running. Needs that cue ball to keep on running well. It was a very thin cut for Yize. It's a little bit better here for Mark Cullen. He's got more of the pocket to aim at. What is this going to be? The finish like that, this is what you want. This is why you want that frame to be in your advantage. The pink and the black now. Over to you, Mark Cullen. Can you make it in? You can. Where's the cue ball? Well, it's perfect on the black. So after all that, the black to make it into the final of the World Championship in 2026. It's still missable. You never quite know. Missed it. He's missed it. He's missed the black off the spot. He's missed the black off the spot. That is absolutely the worst miss I've ever seen at the Crucible. That is absolutely unbelievable. Yize makes it 16 frames each. That is absolutely the best and the most incredible semi-final that you have ever seen in your life. Forget about Anthony McGill against Karen Wilson. That wasn't down to the last black. That wasn't down to the black of the spot. That is absolutely crucial. And let's see what the next frame will bring. Yize takes that black away, and now it will be down to 16 frames each. Well, Alan gone, said Kevin, before that pink was spotted, but that is absolutely extraordinary. And how is he going to make himself to go back to the table here? 32 frames played, one more to go. Alan missed the black for the match. It's going to be a decider. It will be 32 frames played and one more to decide the winner, who will play Shaun Murphy in the final. Absolutely incredible. What have we just seen, and what are we going to see right now? Forget about midnight. It may have been 5 o'clock. This is what is worth to be staying up for. How? Was it an easy black? I can't say how easy it was. It was on the spot. The cue ball was lined up perfectly for it. I'm going to have to watch in the comments once again. Those are the things that you're going to be watching back on plenty of years to come. But for now, it is down to Yize to try and potentially. It doesn't matter right now. He still finds himself to be only level, and he comes down to be very much the match to go the distance. If he's going to have the ability to go for that chance, he's going to be very lucky with it. But I tell you what, Mark Cullen, he's going to be gone for the first part of that frame, and he needs to make sure Yize that he's certainly going to try and challenge him for that. What pressure can do to a person. Unmistakable. Well, that was... Listen, let's analyse that one later, but probably the worst black off the spot to be missed, the worst match ball for the final. And yeah, let's play another hour. It's 6 PM here in the USA. Well, on this spot as well. Well, it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to manage the crowd as well, because I'm pumped with adrenaline. And I wonder how they're going to be feeling. This is where you pay the tickets worth, and this is where, you know, the session doesn't matter. What happened in that 100-minute frame doesn't matter now. That's gone out of the picture. It's been worth it for it now. It's already been worth it. And I tell you what, it's now going to be the match to go the distance. 33rd frame, Mark Cullen, Yize. One of them will take the chance and will be playing Shaun. I tell you what, Shaun must be absolutely looking at this and laughing. I'm saying, how on earth did I manage to get through my match without any issues? Now, Yize to break off, and it's 12 AM here in South Africa, 3 AM to Sri Lanka. So finally already turned off the video, and then what happened? Well, exactly, Well, I was about to be doing the same thing there, but you never quite know. You never quite know. And every single shot right now, there's going to be plenty of pressure on this because Mark Cullen has to try and do it all again. You know, deciding frame win percentage this season, 65% for Mark Cullen, 53% for Yize. So, is he going to try and go for this red now? He needs to go for a chance, but he also needs to make it. He's not going to be playing safe here, surely. That's way too much time for preparation. He's tried to go for it. He's missed it. Let's see where that red is going to finish. If the red is going to go away from the ball cushion, which it just about will, it's possible. It's possible. It's not an easy cut, but it's a chance for Yize to try and go for it. Really a calamity for Alan to miss the corner pocket. He's got to see to believe it. Maybe Snooker God wants to win. Oh my God. Now McCullen is beating himself up. It will take a miracle for him to regroup here. Well, right now, it's a chance for Yize to try and take this red away. There's a little bit of noise in the crowd there, which you don't want to do that. As I say, you can be adrenaline, but you need to be very much respectful. Every single time the player goes on those shots, you have to be absolutely silent. And well, whether that was the reason, but he's missed the reds. Ooh, where's the cue ball now? I mean, I tell you what, it's a very, very bad opportunity now given away to Mark Cullen, and this is why you didn't want any sort of interruption there for Yize. Now, well, Mark Cullen has got a chance to try and make this right. He's got a chance to be heading for the red into the right corner, just put himself back to exactly where he was beforehand and try and put it down to, it's already the day of the final and we're still watching the semi. Well, that was always going to happen. But now, once again, he hasn't played for this shot well enough. Every single time he goes down here, he needs to play this one well. And he has taken this one well. And is he going to be on the reds? He's just about will be. So those first shots are going to be crucial for him. And every single point that he can take in the decider, you must absolutely try and utilize to the best effect as well. 9 points of a lead already is going to mean something here to Alan, as he now forces himself to try and go for the black into the left corner. Just trying to go for that cue ball to be sent towards the black and into the main pack of reds here as well. Trying to avoid that for now and lift himself with a very difficult red to be taken into the corner. Well, this is where the pressure is going to come into play. Whether he's going to be able to deal with it. The black is going to be probably waiting for him if he plays the shot well enough. But can he get the red in? And can he get the position on the black sorted out as well? He can get the red in. And the position is going to be perfect. Well, that's one way to recover from the struggles of the previous frame. And just because you've done that beforehand, it doesn't really mean that you cannot recover in the next frame as well. So just looking to try and make the black off the spot into the left corner. Make sure the concentration is going to be going through the roof there for him. And played another good shot on the reds to try and take that cue ball around the angles. Make sure he's going to have a chance to be taking the reds into the right corner. He's got 24 points of a lead, which already usually is a healthy lead there for a decider, especially if he's got 3 more reds available to him. And this is now could still be very much his story to be written, and massive disappointment for Yize if he has gone that far without a realistic chance at the decider, because you still feel like that red that he's taken with a long red wasn't really going to classify as a chance. But every point that Alan scores is going to take him a massive step towards trying to make it as if, and every single one of those shots is basically a frame that you win, and you start over again. You know, trying to get to 17 here. 17, well, reds and colours that you pot. It's not going to be too far away from that. 32 points of a lead. Who doesn't know how to defend? Well, tell you what, listen, it's probably harsh on him, but he should have done a little bit better, making sure that cue ball's not going to be anywhere near the zone of so many open reds to be played in. But he has played it by a bit of a margin as well, missed it by a bit of a margin, so it was difficult for him to try and sort of be held accountable. For now, the black once again into the left corner of the table. Just make sure you're going to have a chance to try and play around the reds. A little bit too close to the front jaw, but he's played that one well. And now a rest shot on the reds. 40 points is the lead. For his sake, hope Alan recovers, much as I would like to win. And still looking for that red to be taken now into the right part of the table. 40 points is the lead, 107 at the table for now. He's taken all the reds with all the blacks. So this does seem like it'll be very important for him to try and take a couple more reds away, because so far he's dealing with all the loose reds. You know, whether he's going to play for the pink or the blue. Well, he's played for the pink here. He's made his decision. He's going to try and make it into the pack of reds. Well, let's see. So he's going to be able to try and get a couple of those to be onto the black ball or black ball cushion. Well, it seems like he's played that with a little bit too much pace. It's not fantastic there, but it's not horrible. I will leave again. Maybe another miracle will happen, but a bit of a mistake there from Mark Allen, because I feel like the previous shot was where the damage was done. So we'll see more drama. Hope not. It will be cruel for the loser. Well, now 47 points as a lead, still 99 to the table, but it's a really healthy lead there for Mark Allen. If he could just try and make the position messy for his opponent, then it's going to take some sort of skill to come back there and you know, get himself to be in a position where he's going to be still very much in this one. So for now, just try and play a decent safety on the reds and try and cover that one away with the ball colours. He seems to have done that well. Now, let's see if he's going to be happy with the shot that he's played. So 47 points now. Mark Allen has got the lead in the deciding frame of 33rd there. So now just having a look to see if he can actually get through to that red. I mean, if he gets it away from the side cushion, it's not really a shot that you want to be playing. But ultimately, make sure you don't get anywhere near the green. That cue ball is going to be close to the yellow pocket. But this time around, he will stay away from it. Now, it's not too bad, because I feel like the last thing that Allen wants to go for is a risky long shot into the corner. But he still needs to make sure that it'll be very much down to a decent opportunity for him to be taking. Now, playing the red away, one into another, trying to make sure that neither of them will go too close to the right corner. So play the shot with some real power and hoping that the cue ball will stick towards those reds on the left corner of it. Oh, he's played that one with not really enough power. And has he left the red available? Oh, to me, he has. This is now going to be a chance for Yize. Can he cue this one well? Once again, it's not quite as difficult of a red to be taking on. And he's even thinking about a red to be taken closer to the right side rail. So just trying to make sure the vision is going to be with him. But, I mean, do you want to be taking out reds, which is so close towards the blue? Because you have to believe in yourself 100% so that you can take it. This is the problem with this shot. You know, this is why that 47 points of a lead is going to be so important for Allen. Because even though it's still very much in the making there for Yize, it's not going to be an easy one for him to take. So, which one of the reds has he chosen? He's going to go for the more dangerous one. Surely this is going to be a little bit too close to the front jaw. Let's see. Taking that one well. He's taken that one really well, but is he on the collar? Not quite. Well, he got the red in. How is his position on the collar here? It's not great. Especially with the pink probably not heading to the right middle. Well, he's going to be playing for the right corner anyway. How close the black is going to get to the pocket. He's going to be in the pocket here. Brilliant shot there by Yize. And all I ask for in the decider all the time is that make sure that both of the players get themselves an opportunity. And now Yize's got his. What can he make out of it? 39 points behind. 91 at the table. One player will be the finalist. Black ball final. Well, it's surely has to try and take all the loose reds first, because 47 points for Allen probably makes sure that Yize will have to take every single one of those reds. And absolutely making sure that, of course. Now, even though he's going to be 38 points of the lead, well, does he have to go into the pack here? No, he hasn't. As I say, just play for one more loose red. Every single point right now is going to count for you. So, you know, Allen is still going to have a couple of shots to be played so that he's going to be over the finish line. And now, this is the shot where you're trying to play into the pack. The red, careful screw towards the block here. And make sure you're going to have a chance to be getting lined up with a shot which hopefully won't see you miss the black. And then, of course, still 5 reds onto the pink pack. Can you try and get at least one of them to have an easy shot into the 4 main pockets? Now, this is where difference is made. This is where the decider is going to bring the new ink, and easy on the reds. It doesn't seem like that's the case. and he looks to his corner in frustration. Well, this is why he had to take that red into the corner, so that at least he has got a couple of more of those points to be taken. But now it will be very much down to 75 at the table, and 25 to be the difference. Needs a good safety here. A good safety right now is going to be just about as important as you feel like getting a good snooker lined up on your opponent. And he's played that well. You can already see the line for the cue ball to be very close towards the ball cushion. So it's a break of 22 points. He's got his chance. Now he needs to try and work for another one, which was always going to be incredibly difficult to try and win it in a single visit to the table. But what he has done is he certainly put Mark Allen to be on a little bit of a back foot. And now just having to work out the way. So, well, Yize seemed like it doesn't really care too much there. Mark Allen still seemed like he can't believe the black that he missed, which is understandable. Looking at the red to be taken into the corner, he'll be probably down to trying to get the cue ball to be left onto the black ball cushion here, which once again will always leave risks for your opponent to try and take a chance into the left middle. But at the same time, are you going to be in there with an opportunity later on when the opponent is going to potentially allow you to come back to the table for one more time? We're going to have to wait and see on that one. For now, it's a massive shot here for Allen, trying to get that red away. He needed to make sure he didn't play that into the black though. And has he got a chance available for Yize? Well, it seemed like the answer is going to be positive. And if he can just try and get that cue ball away from the red, it's a late night for whoever gets in the final. It doesn't matter. Whoever gets in the final, yes, they'll struggle in the first session, but there'll be so much euphoria here. You feel like this red is going to be getting Yize a little bit closer. Can he make this one in? He can. Now, how's the position on the blue going to be? It's going to be good. He's going to be on the top side of it as well. So, there is one more red where he can get wrong for him onto the right side rail. And of course, don't take anything away from all the other reds as well. He's got plenty of shots to try and take. 4-session final, plenty of time exactly. And nobody said they're going to have to be, very much Dennis Taylor like 8-0 down in the first session. You still always have to try and bring out your best snooker. And of course, we don't know what Sean Murphy's going to turn up, because it wasn't like he managed to defeat John Higgins in one session. He certainly needed 32 out of the potential 33 frames to try and do that. Now Yize, another important shot on the red, getting through towards the black, trying to get that gap to be down and down with points before inevitably he is going to be the one to try and put some pressure. He managed to play a really good shot here. Another red that he gets into the open play. So he does come down to one more red onto the side cushion, apart from, of course, 3 more that he has to take without that one. Still going fine. Well, right now, 10 shots or something like that needed for Yize, and he's underrun here slightly. Although, to be fair, the pink will get out of the way. So he just needs to get the pink in, and then he's going to have a chance to be choosing the reds to be taken into the right corner. So now 10 points. He's the lead here for Mark Allen, and he will be cut down to just, that was a little bit too close for comfort. The pink wobbled for a second. He will be cut down to just 4 points here. Does have a chance. We're seeing Finn like, yeah, but that red and even that pink, you could see those type of shots are the things that matter. He's going to put himself a little bit of distance in between the reds and the corner pocket. This is why that break of 47 points was so important from Allen, because he will put Yize under real pressure here. And now, what can he do here? Pressure, well, anything but. Can he find himself ahead in this match somehow after having a match black? That's, well, once again, always play for that red now. This is where the action is going to happen. Does he have what it takes? This is where he can go wrong. 4 points ahead. The red into the corner. Hold yourself together and just believe that you're going to be able to pop this one in. He spotted it. He spotted the red. Now it's over to the black and the red, and then he is going to be seeing the finish line. And then he is going to be seeing the potential chance to try and challenge for the man to be the crown of the to be crowned the king of the crucible. Now another black, which was very important for him to take on. 12 points is the lead. I love Jarm as well. Oh my god, exactly a break of 37 points and still counting. Go for the red into the corner, play for the blue, play for the pink, which once again it's down to him at this stage. He has to trust in his ability. It was so straight That is so straight. It's nasty, that. 13 points is the lead for him now. 19 points. How straight it is. Can he try and make an angle for himself? He has tried, but he's left himself with a distance on the yellow. And once again, the pressure shots just never end. 19 points ahead. He needs the yellow and the green. And then he'll come down to the wire. He takes the lead in the frame. It's the last frame. Can he make the yellow in? He can. Is he on the green? He is. He's on the green. That is going to be match ball. We've seen Mark Allen to be on the lines up on the black. It's going to be into the corner where Mark Allen is sitting. The green is taken. And it will be down to 24 points of a lead. This is incredible. This is incredible. Yize, what a comeback. You have to feel for Mark Allen, but this now is going to be game over. And Yize, take a bow. You have managed to be absolutely the greatest player of the season after a comeback like this. I said he needed to be like Ronnie. 14-16 down. A black for the match for Mark Allen. You have to feel for him, but at the end, only one of those men could be the finalist, and Yize is going to be certainly a worthy challenger for Shaun Murphy. Right now, he will be down to the black, which won't even matter. He takes that one in anyway, and it will be a huge win for him. A break of 71 points. And he will be down to a standing ovation. And I have to say, I'm absolutely going to join in because that is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant from Yize, because you couldn't write a script which would have been more cruel on Mark Allen. But in the end, only one of the men could be the winner. And he does get the number 17 next to his name. Yize was 16-14 down. Now he's going to have a chance to try and challenge Shaun Murphy for the final, to be very much another Crucible King from China. He will be down to a decent opportunity to try and make it all the way. It's a fantastic walk down the Legends Walk for him. And, well, I tell you what, I am looking forward to the post-match analysis. This has been absolutely mesmerizing stuff. And where do you start to talk about it? Great parts of, well, thank you for everyone that has been here. What a match. What a progression, and what a fantastic result as well. For Yize to beat that one, that was absolutely epic. Well, now it's going to be really fun to see on who's going to be winning the final, because I'll tell you what, is that going to be a little bit too much of a comeback for you to savour in one night? It feels like he's managed to win the whole championship already, and he's only got himself through towards the final showdown with Shaun Murphy. Let's see which one of them will be able to take it away from each other. For now, excellent commentary, thank you. Yeah, listen, everyone in the chat, everyone watching, thank you for everyone that has tuned into the stream. Great support. Feel free to subscribe. Feel free to hit the like on the stream as well. This has been an absolute pleasure to be here with you. And I'm really, really glad we're going to have a great player of Yize to be joining Shaun Murphy tomorrow for the final showdown. Mark Allen comes away short again. And let's see whether it will be second player from China and from Asia in the history of the snooker to do it back-to-back as well, or is it going to be for the first time since 2005 from Shaun Murphy to try and take it over the finish line? This has been epic. Once again, thank you for everyone, one of you that has tuned in. This has been a very interesting match to be seeing, and we'll be back for even more action of the Crucible. 4 more sessions await. The first one is going to come at 1 PM tomorrow. Do not miss the action. Let's see the reaction from Yize. The best way for him to try and go on about the business is to make sure he won't allow Murphy to have an early lead in that session. Thanks, sleep well all. Massive legends in the chat. Thank you for everyone, and it'll be a great showdown to see on who's going to be the champion of the world in 2026. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all later. Stay tuned in tomorrow.